अस्सलाम वालेकुम। कैसे हैं? अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर। कैसे हैं? The first two rows are reserved for our corporate members. They are reserved by name or by title. And third row is reserved for our industry seniors. And the rest is open seating. जो लोग बाहर खड़े हैं उनसे दरख्वास्त है कि वो अंदर तशरीफ़ ले आएँ। आप लोग बाहर और भी आपको मौके मिलेंगे इंशाल्लाह गपशप के। काइंडली मेन हॉल के अंदर आ जाएं। ओपनिंग सेरेमनी जो Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest, Honorable Federal Minister for Energy, Mr. Muhammad Ali, has arrived. He is meeting with the corporate members and he will be taking his seat on the stage. All the ATC ExCom members on the stage are requested to take their seats as well. Our chief guest has arrived and we are starting the ceremony. All the people standing outside are requested one last time to come inside. We will be closing the front door. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Honorable Federal Minister for Energy, Mr. Muhammad Ali Sahab, Chairman SPE Pakistan Section and Chairman Annual Technical Conference 2023, Managing Director of Mari Petroleum, Mr. Fahim Haider Sahab, ExCom members of SPE PAPG, Regional Director of SPE MENA Region, Mr. Muhammad Ali Marzouki, Executive Vice President of ADNOC, respected corporate member companies, government officials, respected delegates, organizers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would like to extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you at the inauguration ceremony of the 29th Annual Technical Conference, jointly held by Society of Petroleum Engineers Pakistan Section and Pakistan Association of Petroleum Geoscientists. This is the 29th edition. My name is Imran Qureshi. I am the Communication Chairperson for SPE Pakistan Section. I am also the Vice Chairman of this August conference, and I work for Well Logging Energy as Director. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all and conduct this ceremony. We will begin our session with recitation from verses of Holy Quran. For that, I would like to request Hafiz Zakirul Haq from OGDCL to come on the stage and recite verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سبح لله ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم له ملك السماوات والأرض يحيي ويميت وهو على كل شيء قدير هو الأول والآخر والظاهر والباطن وهو بكل شيء عليم هو الذي خلق السماوات والأرض في 6 أيام ثم استوى على العرش يعلم ما يلج في الأرض وما يخرج منها وما ينزل من السماء وما يعرج فيها وهو معكم أينما كنتم والله بما تعملون بصير صدق الله العظيم
Jazakallah, Hafiz Saab. The annual technical conference is jointly held by SPE and Pakistan Association of Petroleum Geoscientists. The first conference was held in 1994, and it has become, since then, it has become a much awaited industry event which is held annually. It is well attended by the members of E&P industry, academia, regulators, and it is the flagship knowledge sharing event for the industry. Since 2021, after COVID, we started doing it in hybrid mode with virtual participation as well. So this conference is also, the sessions will be available online as well. Before going further, I would like to discuss, introduce the honorable members who are sitting on the stage. We have Mr. Fahim Haider, who is Chairman SPE, Chairman ATC, and also the Managing Director of Mari Petroleum. We are very pleased to have Mr. Mohammad Al-Marzouki, who is working as Executive Vice President for ADNOC in UAE. He is the SPE Regional Director for Middle East and North Africa. He's sitting on the stage. We also have Mr. Zoreis Tariq. He is the Technical Program Chair for SPE and Chairman Technical Program Committee of ATC, and he works for Schlumberger, Pakistan and Yemen as their Managing Director. We have Syed Afraz Haider, Asset Manager, KUFPEC. He is Chairman Publication and Souvenir Committee of ATC, and he is also the General Secretary of SPE Pakistan section. We have Arif Yusuf. He is Chairman Event Management and Exhibition of the ATC, and he is Young Professional Liaison for SPE Pakistan section, and he is the country head of Sprint in Pakistan. We have Mr. Musharraf Abdullah Waheed, who is Deputy General Manager with Government Holding. He is Chairman Finance of SPE Pakistan section and also ATC 2023. We have Sahir Inam, who is Manager Petroleum Engineering with Mari Petroleum, and he is Co-Chairman Technical Program for Petroleum Engineering for this conference. He is the Social Activity Chair of SPE Pakistan section. We have Dr. Abid Hussain, who is Chief Geologist Exploration of PPL. He is Co-Chairman Technical Program for Geoscience of this annual technical conference. We also have Mr. Attar Sirati, who is Manager, JV and Partner Operated Assets of Pakistan Petroleum Limited. He is the University Liaison for ATC and SPE Pakistan section. The event has been possible because of generous support from our sponsors. Our diamond sponsors are Mari Petroleum and OGDCL. Our platinum sponsors are PPL, United Energy Pakistan Limited, SLB, and Sprint. Our gold sponsors are BGP, Weatherford, and Baker Hughes. Our silver sponsor is Descon. Our bronze sponsor is PGNIG, Polish Oil and Gas, and LMKR. And our copper sponsors are Nurecon and Halliburton. The organizers would like to extend their thanks to all the sponsors to make the event today and all the events before possible. It is because of their support that the event is possible. Mr. Fahim Haider did his bachelor's in petroleum engineering from UET Lahore, followed by MSc in petroleum engineering from Imperial College London. During his international career spanning over 29 years, he has held various technical and leadership positions within international oil and gas companies such as Union Texas Petroleum UTP, OMV Pakistan, Helix RDS, BG Group, Neptune Energy, and he is currently the chairman of SPE Pakistan section. He is also the chairman of this conference, and he is also the chairman of PEPCA. I would like to invite Fahim Haider Saab to deliver his welcome note.
Honorable Minister of Energy, Mr. Muhammad Ali, SPE Middle East and North Africa Regional Director, Mr. Mohammad Al-Marzouki, distinguished guests, and esteemed energy industry professionals. It is a great pleasure to honor and welcome you to the 29th SPE PAPG Annual Technical Conference, a flagship event organized jointly by Society of Petroleum Engineers Pakistan Section and the Pakistan Association of Petroleum Geologists. I am pleased to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Muhammad Ali, Minister of Energy, and other dignitaries and professionals who have graced us with their presence today. Your presence adds immense value to our discussions and serves as a testament to the collaborative spirit that defines our industry. This year, we have also received a recorded message from SPE International President for 2024, Terry Palish. His support underscores the global significance of this event and emphasizes the purpose that drives our industry forward. We are also privileged to have SPE Middle East and North Africa Regional Director, Mr. Mohammed Al-Marzouki, amongst us, who will deliver a keynote speech setting the tone for the insightful sessions that are planned for the conference. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to Director General Petroleum Concessions for their invaluable support in providing essential block information and statistics for the publication of our souvenirs. This conference has been a trademark of knowledge and innovation since its inception in 1994 and continues to thrive every year. Thanks to the unwavering dedication of industry professionals like yourselves, the activities of SPE Pakistan Section and PAPG have been a source of inspiration for our community. From informative lectures to the engaging golf tournaments, they have fostered a sense of companionship and knowledge sharing that lays the foundation of our industry. I am pleased to acknowledge the participation of 25 corporate members from Pakistan oil and gas industry, the immense support we have received from our 13 sponsors, the organizations that have shown their unwavering commitment to the growth and development of our sector. The technical sessions at this conference will be enriched by 18 professional papers in petroleum engineering and 17 in geology and geophysics. Additionally, 15 exhibitors are showcasing the cutting-edge technology at the oil show. I encourage you all to visit their booths and explore the technologies which may be applicable for your own particular business needs. We are also proud to nurture the next generation of industry leaders through our student papers contest, with 12 outstanding papers being selected for both engineering and earth sciences categories. These young minds represent the future of our industry, and their dedication is truly commendable. This year's theme for the conference is Exploring the Unexplored, High-Risk Plays and Economic Challenges. This theme resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities that define our industry's future landscape. As we reflect on the significant strides made in the drilling and discovering large-scale structures in the past, we must recognize that the remaining potential lies in the high-risk plays, deeper prospects, and remote areas far from existing infrastructure. However, we shall also reevaluate the mature basins for bypass plays like Khazij, as our nation is blessed with vast untapped energy resources. waiting to be harnessed through collaborative efforts and innovative solutions. Government interventions and policy improvements are critical to deal with the economic challenges our industry faces. Industry experts have crafted detailed proposals in collaboration with the government, outlining essential reforms which are needed to drive our sector's growth. Amendments in Petroleum Policy 2012 and expedited formulation of the tight gas policy are vital in unlocking the vast potential of remaining conventional and tight gas resources, requiring swift action to encourage investment in the sector. Amongst other challenges, the pressing issue of security cannot be overlooked. Security challenges, both physical and digital, present formidable obstacles that require innovative solutions and collaborative efforts. Additionally, for the upcoming offshore bid round, a concerted effort is indispensable. Initiatives between industry and the government are essential for the success of this bid round, ensuring transparency, clear regulations, and fit-for-purpose incentives to attract the foreign direct investment. Let us engage in fruitful discussions, share our knowledge graciously, and work together to unlock the immense potential that our industry presents. By exploring new plays, identifying sweet spots, bringing policy improvements, ensuring ease of doing business, and addressing the security challenges, we can ensure a vibrant and sustainable energy sector for Pakistan. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Saab, for your guidance and your welcome note. As mentioned by Chairman Conference, we have, for the very first time in the history of our conference, we have a video recorded message from SPE International President, Mr. Terry Pellish. Mr. Terry Pellish is the Vice President of Technology and Engineering at Carbo Ceramics in Richardson, Texas, and he is the SPE International President for 2024. In his video message, he has highlighted the importance of the conference and the theme. So I would like to play the video now.
Greetings to all of the distinguished guests and my esteemed industry colleagues who are attending this year's annual technical conference and oil show in Islamabad, Pakistan. My sincerest apologies that I cannot be with all of you there in person. But I do want to thank you for the kind invitation, and I'm excited that we have the technology that allows me to join you via this video recording. I'm also confident that my distinguished colleague, SPE MENA Regional Director Mohammed Al-Marzouki, will provide an excellent keynote on our behalf. As I speak to you, I am returning from 4 key events. These include the Offshore Europe Conference in Aberdeen, the International Hydraulic Fracturing Technical Conference in Muscat, Oman, the Ifriqiya Energy Hub in Tunisia, and the Permian Basin Conference in Midland, Texas. While all 4 of these events were in different regions of the world, and each had its own topic and focus, I found that there were many similarities that I think apply across the world, including Pakistan and your region. First, everyone agrees that oil and gas will be needed for many decades into the future. In addition, solving the energy trilemma of providing the world with accessible and affordable energy that is reliable and secure, as well as green and decarbonized, will be a challenge. However, I believe that this trilemma is actually our industry's opportunity. It's our industry's opportunity to show the world how we can meet the energy needs while at the same time doing so in a sustainable manner that protects the environment. We are the ones who are uniquely positioned to solve this challenge. To accomplish this, however, it is going to require that we all continue to learn and explore new technologies, as it will take technological breakthroughs, many of which have yet to be discovered. It's also imperative that the best and the brightest minds from across our industry, regardless of where they live in the world, collaborate and work together to solve these challenges. And I'm equally happy to say that SPE's mission will be to facilitate this exchange by connecting our members with technology, connecting our members to other members, and connecting our members to our external stakeholders. The topic of your conference, Exploring the Unexplored, High-Risk Plays and Economic Challenges, illustrates the challenges facing not only Pakistan, but the rest of our industry. As I'm sure you are aware, Pakistan imports 80% of its oil and 40% of its natural gas to feed the needs of its country. By finding new ways and deploying new technologies to increase oil and gas production within Pakistan, it will benefit not only the country, but its population as well. In addition to the positive economic impact that it will have, bringing production back inside the country will also result in a lower carbon footprint compared to importing from outside. I commend you for tackling this important issue. I want to encourage all the delegates to take full advantage of the excellent program. Attend the technical sessions to learn about the latest technologies, visit the exhibition and find the recent technology advancements and speak with sponsors. And finally, use every opportunity to network and collaborate with other delegates. I am proud that SPE can be part of Pakistan's quest to explore the unexplored, and I congratulate the organizers and local section for an excellent program. On behalf of the Society of Petroleum Engineers International and SPE Board, I want to wish you an engaging and successful conference as together we create our energy future. Have a great day. Thank you.
This video recorded message was possible because of the efforts of SPE MENA region represented by Mr. Mohammed Al-Marzouki and Jackie Hoffman. So they worked with us to make this video possible. So thank you very much. Now we will be moving on to the keynote address. Mr. Mohammed Al-Marzouki is working as the Executive Vice President for Field Development for Abu Dhabi National Oil Company in UAE. He is a petroleum engineer by background from USA. He drives the formulation and implementation of a unified process for categorization and classification of Abu Dhabi hydrocarbon resources and reserves. He guides and supports ADNOC's strategic objectives, providing state-of-the-art tools, advanced workflows, technical skills and leadership to thrive and innovate in a changing and challenging environment. He is the first UAE national to win the prestigious SPE Regional Award for Middle East region for reservoir description and dynamics. He is a member of EDIPEC Executive Committee since 2017 and the Technical Program Chairman since 2019, as well as an Executive Committee member in IPTC since 2020. He is currently serving as a member in SPE Middle East Advisory Council. He is the Regional Director for SPE Middle East. I would like to request Mr. Mohammed Al-Marzouki to come and deliver his keynote address.
Thank you, Imran. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, Mr. Muhammad Ali, Mr. Fahim Haidar, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. It gives me really a great pleasure to be in Islamabad in Pakistan. This is my first time ever in this lovely country and to participate in this prestigious conference, ATC 2023. Today I'll present in two hats. The first hat being the AVP field development of ADNOC, and the second hat become the regional director of Middle East and North Africa. Good that both hats are blue and white in color. Next slide, please. Before I start on with the presentation, I would like basically to thank the organizing committee for putting this conference, for inviting me to be here, and I can see the fruit of such efforts already exerted in this room with esteemed colleagues in this great hall. You know, I wanted to say, give an introduction about ADNOC, the company that I come from. ADNOC is the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. It's the largest oil company in the Emirate. It has a capacity of 4.6 million of production. We are growing to 5 million by year-end 2027, and that's where we are continuing exploring and finding new plays and new discoveries to aid such growth and going beyond. On the gas side, we do have a capacity of 11 BCF today. On the LNG, 6 million ton per annum. On the chemicals, 5 million ton per annum. On the renewables, around 100 gigawatt, and on the hydrogen, around 3,000 ton per annum. Next slide. I wanted to share with you our exploration journey or strategy in ADNOC. Before 2018, ADNOC was basically not putting much of effort and focus around exploration. We barely drilled 2 wells a year. We were focusing on the giant reservoirs that Abu Dhabi is blessed with and ignoring all these different marginal fields. As the growing demand for energy is requested, we as a responsible energy provider, we wanted to make sure we have leveraged in all possible resources within the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. Therefore, we strategized ourselves a bit differently. First, we have shot the largest seismic in the world. It covers all Abu Dhabi area, onshore, offshore. We peaked at 7 crews, including even transition zone. In fact, the survey is still ongoing. It will be finished by mid-2024. But we have realized in order for you to have the right exploration, the right partnership, you need to have the right data. And the right data comes from the seismic data. It was an expensive project. It cost us around $2 billion. But as I'm finishing this slide, you will see that we have already realized that value, and we are yet to conclude the survey. Now, after we are doing these surveys, we have opened different blocks, around 9 exploration blocks to the world. We have partners from the East, we have partners from Europe, and 9 blocks were satisfactorily awarded. One of the blocks on the offshore side, you will see called OFB5, means Offshore Block 5. It's currently with our Pakistani partners, PIOL, which is a consortium of different companies. After the awarding, what we have empowered these exploration companies is for them to do their practices, their processes, their drilling, their characterization, and at one time we had 9 companies and even more are doing complete different stuff in Emirate of Abu Dhabi. And we wanted this because everybody is coming with different mindset, everybody is coming from I would say different experience. Abu Dhabi was overlooking their resources because we are managing big fields in Abu Dhabi. Now you have basically companies like PIOL and others that are looking and mastery in looking into marginal fields. And now we are talking about drilling 7 to 10 wells on yearly basis. We have already made multiple discoveries. One of the discoveries in offshore Block 2 on the western side of Emirate of Abu Dhabi, that was gas with NI of around 3 TCF. We have one on the eastern region of Abu Dhabi, onshore Block 3 with Oxy. We had another 300 million of a discovery. Onshore Block 4 with the Japanese, we have a discovery of around 1 billion barrel oil equivalent. And soon, inshallah, maybe by next ATC, the 30th anniversary, might be Fahim, would be a good day that to announce the great progress that we are doing in offshore Block 5 with POL. That's set a time set maybe for Fahim to realize the great value of that production. Next slide. All right, when we partnered with POL, and as I said, POL is please hit next as well. Yeah, thank you. When we basically partnered with POL, which is again is a consortium of 4 companies, many people within Abu Dhabi were wondering why a Pakistani partner would come in. You know, what can they bring? These people don't know that Pakistan have explored more than 400 fields. They have drilled more than 1,400 exploration wells, and the peak production of 10 to 20 MBD. Now, having myself being in the industry for some time, these numbers are great numbers, and I have got them, to be honest, from the market intelligence, different market intelligence resources. Maybe Pakistan and their companies have done maybe even much better than these numbers. This gives confidence to ADNOC and the Emirate of Abu Dhabi to partner with POL and entrust them with one of the blocks, which is offshore Block 5. And as I said, great news will be awaited, inshallah, by the 30th ATC next year. You can see on the right hand side, this is the ADNOC building. It has the Pakistani flag during the National Day. Next, please. Now I'll be shifting the second hand, which basically the SPE hat. Myself, I represent the Middle East and North Africa region. Pakistan is part of the Middle East. I represent the region with my colleague Hisham Zubari. He's not with us, unfortunately, today. He sent his regards, CTO of Dragon Oil. Both of us are managing the Middle East and North Africa section. Just to brief on the setup of SPE, for every region we have directors, and then we report to the president that have given just a keynote speech. The Middle East, the East Asia, and the western side, basically the US, have basically 2 directors, so they can cover the large spectrum of that region. If any of you, ladies and gentlemen, have any questions or queries on and any support required from the region, please let me know, or our colleague as well here from SPE would help. Next, please. Next. Before I dwell into what's our mission in 2024, I want to stop for a minute, and since we have the energy minister here with us and this esteemed colleagues, many people is asking, what do we think about energy transition, and all of this discussion is ongoing right now. Do we have a future as an oil and gas companies and so on? I want basically bring an argument. I wanted to bring basically data, facts. In the light blue columns, you will see 2022, last year, energy mix of the world. And you can see there are more than, maybe if you can hit next again. No, go back. I maybe lost the y-axis, but on that y-axis is basically around 30% of the oil and around 20% of the natural gas. Yeah, sure, thank you. as basically are coming in 2022 are being basically done through oil and gas, let alone the coal, which is around another 30%. Going forward in 2040, which is the dark blue, you will see oil and gas and surprisingly coal are still in the mix. So it gives us basically one message that oil and gas are needed for decades to come to basically support any energy transition. It's not going to be a switching light on and off to move from oil and gas to any other type of energy. Now, when we talk about this, it means you as geologists, as scientists, as engineers are definitely needed, and you are the ones who's gonna aid the energy transition, and the expertise are required to move toward energy transition. All right, when we talk about SPE role, is basically, as the president said, we connect people, we share knowledge, we try to facilitate the energy transition. And our mission is to make sure we are able to meet the world energy needs in a collaborative and in a connected fashion. Just to give you a glimpse of the current status of our SPE, we are close to 120,000 members from the world. Half of it professional members, half of it are student members. So we do have a lot of, I would say, sweet spots for our dear students, more than 200 sections, and you can see the diversifications in the different regions. Now, in 2024, our mission is basically starts here from the bottom going up. First, we would like all of us to learn. You know, I have a history with SPE. Since I joined, in fact, since I was a student back in the US, I was involved with the SPE. And it really started with this kind of a ladder and stepwise journey. First, we need to learn and try to understand, and maybe we need to attend courses and understand what is SPE. And then we have to participate. See, like Imran, Fahim, and other colleagues that they are sitting here today, they are doing it voluntarily and participating and trying to put their efforts in their sections. And then we go and volunteer, whether we start locally and then internationally, and last but not least, we lead. And now today, I'm leading the Middle East and North Africa, is because we have followed these steps. Every one of you definitely has the chance to be the next regional director of SPE, or even to become the SPE president, giving you have the right dedications and the right volunteerism for the society. This is our challenge, and basically this is what we are communicating in our sections, is basically to inherit the 2024 challenge, which basically goes all around the number 1, reading 1 paper, taking 1 online training, invest 1 hour volunteering, get 1 new member, and attend 1 event. And I know on the volunteering side, training and reading, we're doing much more than 1. But if we spread the word, not only with our SPE members, but even beyond the SPE members, to our colleagues, imagine the networking, imagine the competency, imagine how can we take this even further. My last slide, being the first time attending an ATC, I really would like, the conference and the session chairs and the technical presenters to focus on those 4 pillars, is to be innovative in thinking, to improve performance, maximize efficiency, not last but not least, to reduce costs, because we need to afford the right barrel for our nations. It will be very much welcomed at the end if the organizing committee can share maybe a white paper on the expectations, on the learnings that we have got from will be getting from these 2 days of this conference. Thanks all for your attendance. Again, it's my great pleasure, and wish you all a very fruitful day and a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for giving a very good keynote and highlighting the focus areas. We will do our best to share the learnings of the conference with SP MENA so that you know what was discussed and what has been the outcome of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor and privilege to have the Honorable Federal Minister for Energy, Mr. Muhammad Ali, as the chief guest for the opening session. Mr. Muhammad Ali has over 30 years of work experience in public and private sectors, including working as the chairman of Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. He has chaired several key committees related to power sector, circular debt resolution, future energy roadmap for Pakistan. He holds MBA from IBA, LLM from University of Toronto, and MBA from Harvard University in USA. I would like to request the Honorable Chief Guest, the Federal Minister for Energy, Muhammad Ali Saab, to come on the podium and share his thoughts with the audience.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. I'm honored to have been invited at this 29th Annual Technical Conference, and I would like to welcome all our international friends, especially Mr. Mohammed Al-Marzouki, Regional Director, Middle East North Africa, and Executive Vice President for ADNOC. Thank you, sir, for all your assistance and your support to our oil and gas industry. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank Mr. Fahim Ahmed, Chairman ATC, for inviting me and for organizing this conference. I do realize that ATC is a gathering of inspiring professionals from the industry, and it plays an important role in bringing all the stakeholders together. And I hope that this gathering this year will lead to innovative ideas, more investment, and a new roadmap for the Pakistan's oil and gas sector. So we look forward to hearing from all of you after this event on how we can support the industry going forward. Now, we all realize that energy is the lifeblood for any economy. And we also realize at the government level that Pakistan's energy sector has gone through some difficult periods in the recent past. We have faced challenges because of heavy reliance on energy imports. There's a demand-supply gap, and we are an energy-deficient country. We have also faced issues on the payment front, and I would like to touch upon all these sectors. So today, my focus of my talk is in 3 areas. Firstly, on the cleaner energy, because that's something that we all have to face, and that's important for our survival. Second focus would be the oil and gas exploration activities, which is an area of interest for most professionals here. And thirdly, I would like to talk about technology and the security issues, which has been highlighted in various meetings since I have been given this responsibility. So let's start with the energy transition, the cleaner energy. I was addressing a gathering last week in Karachi at a conference organized by Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I shared with them that while we were preparing a speech for that event, one of our colleagues said, "Sir, do you realize that there will be no Ministry of Petroleum in a few decades?" And that was like a shock to some of us in the room. And sometimes the reality is right there in front of us, but we don't realize or we don't think about it. And then in order to understand the future of energy better, on the weekend, I just want to share with you because it's so interesting. On the weekend, I went to this bookstore we have in Islamabad. And there were two books lying very close to each other. One is called Burnout, and the tagline is, I'll just read it, End Game for Fossil Fuels. And it's written by Dieter Helm. So it says, Burnout, End Game for Fossil Fuel. And another book very close to it, the title was Fossil Future. And I'll read what is written on the cover. Why global human flourishing requires more oil, coal, and gas. So, very contrasting thoughts. And the point I want to highlight is we are going through an uncertainty and we are going through a major transformation and major transition in our lives. And we need to address both. So, first I would like to talk about the cleaner energy and the renewable, and then I'll go to the oil and gas exploration. On the renewable front, Pakistan has come up with a number of policies in the recent past and a number of initiatives. Among them, we have come up with National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Policy, which focuses on decarbonizing the economy. And we have set the target of 9 million tons of oil equivalent and achieving our NDC targets. Now, two things are very important for achieving our targets on this front. One is investment into the climate and friendly and cleaner energy resources. We need to focus on that. And I would like to share that the Ministry of Climate Change is coming up with a climate fund, which will focus on this area. The second thing that we need is the carbon trading. Currently, we are not utilizing the potential that exists in the country in the area of carbon trading. That is essential because that will generate revenue and will also bring the cost of business down for a number of sectors. In the same vein, we have also come up with National Action Plan on Energy Efficiency and Conservation. We have also put in place Pakistan Energy Conservation Building Codes and Pakistan Energy Label Regulation for home appliances. I'm fortunate to be responsible for power as well as petroleum, and we are working very closely with two of our organizations. One is called NECA, which focuses on energy efficiency solutions, and the other is Alternate Energy Board, which is now part of PPIB, and we are working with them on how to make our appliances more efficient and how to conserve energy, and at the same time how to shift more and more towards renewable resources. We have set target of achieving 60% of our energy mix through renewable in terms of hydro, wind, and solar. We have recently advertised and we are getting bids for a 600 megawatt solar plant. Going forward, we will be focusing a lot more on solar and wind as well as hydro. We have not even begun to explore the potential of offshore wind projects in this country. So these investments, this focus, and also a focus on changing the way we are using our transportation sector to meet our needs. We have set a target of 30% of our transportation needs to be met through electronic vehicles, and we are also working on organizing a waste to energy conference in January. So a lot of these initiatives and a lot of this thinking is focused around more and more cleaner energy and climate-friendly investments. The second focus, the area of focus which I want to talk about is the exploration, which is the topic for today's conference. At the moment, roughly 70% of our energy mix is based on fossil fuel. We import crude and finished product in large quantities, and 75% of our transportation sector is dependent on imported fuels. Despite being an energy deficient country, despite having huge potential, roughly 60 to 70% of our potential remains unexplored at the moment. Now that's an anomaly. A country which is energy deficient is relying heavily on imported fuels, and it is not utilizing its own true potential. And that's where the big opportunity lies going forward. We're looking at all these challenges, and we have come up with a short-term and a long-term plan at the Ministry of Petroleum. There are three aspects of this plan. One is the pricing aspect, the other is the policy aspect, and third is the offering aspect. Let me talk about the pricing first. In the last decade or so, our pricing structure on the revenue side was not enough to meet the cost, and we accumulated a large amount of circular debt. Companies' payments were delayed, and that led to a number of exploration companies leaving Pakistan. Recently, just last week, we have changed the pricing for gas across all consumer categories, and going forward, there will be no loss in the entire petroleum chain. Now, what that will do is, that will lead to more and more exploration activities. The exploration companies will be getting their payments on time, and there will be no circular debt increase in the country. So there was a big issue which Pakistan was facing since the last decade, and we have solved this. What has happened as a result of these payment delays is our exploration activities have gone down, and we were looking at the numbers in the last 10 years. What has happened is 10 years ago, whatever oil and gas we were extracting from our own resources, today we are extracting less by $3.5 billion. So $3.5 billion is the reduction in our own exploration activities, and we have not even explored a large part of our resources at the moment. So the pricing change that we have done will hopefully lead to a lot more investment and a lot more activities in the oil and gas sector on the exploration side. On the offering side, after a long wait, finally we are going ahead with offshore bidding rounds. What is happening is we have already finalized the Model Production Sharing Agreement and Offshore Rules 2023. And we are working towards offering 24 blocks for bidding in two phases. The first phase will begin either in December or first quarter next year, and the second phase will be towards the mid next year. So we will be offering 24 blocks for offshore bidding. On the onshore front, we have already scheduled an offshore bidding round for 10 blocks on November 30th. And we plan to have 2 more rounds in the following year. Besides these offerings, we are also working on a comprehensive high-resolution basin study, and this study will hopefully lead to new avenues for future exploration. On the policy front, I think Fahim touched upon this. I'll elaborate a bit more. We are introducing a tight gas policy, which is aimed at better pricing, and we're looking at a 40% premium on the 2012 policy, which is for unconventional reserves. The Cabinet has already approved amendments to the Onshore Rules 2013. That will simplify and fast-track the approval process for E&P companies. We have a number of fields which have already been explored, but they're not coming into the system because of the pricing issues. The investment requirement in those fields is on the higher side, and it is not feasible for the explorers to sell them at the current pricing and the policy structure that we have. At the ministry, we are working on coming up with a policy and a pricing mechanism to incentivize those fields and those exploration companies so that that gas can come into our system, and we can avoid and reduce expensive LNG, which we are importing at the moment. We are also actively working on formulating new marginal and flare gas policies, and that will hopefully lead to maximum utilization of our energy reserves. So the various policy measures that I've outlined, work is going on all of those. Our colleague DGPC is here. So DGPC and DG Gas, the two divisions are working very actively on these, and we hope that in the next few months, we should be able to finalize most of these and introduce these and hopefully get Cabinet approval. Lastly, on the technology front, I'm very happy to see some of our international friends here who I have met either in the office or when we were in Abu Dhabi. I think there are two fronts that we need to work on, and we have already started working on that. One is to facilitate the technology services companies. We need to support them. We need to make a business case for them so that this market is attractive enough for them to be present and to expand. And maybe we need to introduce and attract more technology service providers in the country. Secondly, we need to attract international investment. In the last 10 years, roughly 8 to 10 international companies have left Pakistan because of payment issues, which now stand resolved. We need to attract them, and hopefully once they come, they bring with them the latest technology solutions, and hopefully if local investors can join hands with them, that joint venture can benefit international as well as local business groups. On the technology side, recently, in the last decade or so, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, latest drilling techniques, 3D modeling, cloud computing, there's so much which has happened within the oil and gas sector that we need to introduce these techniques in Pakistan to ensure that our cost of business goes down, and at the same time, we are able to maximize our true potential and extract our resources. Lastly, I know that security has been an issue faced by some of the companies. We have held meetings with the investors. We have discussed this at the highest forum in the government. We are working very actively with the law enforcement agencies. And there is a complete realization and awareness that this issue needs to be sorted. And there's a lot of focus on that. So I can assure you that the government is working on that, and inshallah, this issue will keep getting better with every passing day, and inshallah, this issue will be resolved for the investors, because we realize that without security, it does not make sense for the investors to come and invest here. So that is one of our highest priority items. In the end, I would like to invite domestic as well as international companies which are already present in the ecosystem. And domestically, we have large national companies or government-owned companies which are dominating the sector, which is very good. But we need to get more and more business groups to join this sector, because we need that investment, that management expertise, and that know-how of the latest technology to benefit our exploration activities. I can share with you that the government, Pakistan has gone through an economic slowdown in the recent past, and there were challenges. Now, what that has done is, that has led to a rethink. That has led to an awareness that there are certain sectors that we need to focus more on. Mining as well as exploration are two big areas that will be focused on. So going forward, you will see consistently improved policies, pricing, and incentives for the local and international investors in the oil and gas exploration, because this is the only way we can reduce our imports and we can support our domestic industry by providing them with affordable, accessible, and sustainable energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It was a pleasure meeting some of you and addressing this gathering, and I hope to see many of you in this exciting journey that we are embarking upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Saab, for sharing your thoughts. I think you've touched on all the areas which the industry would very welcome, getting the attention from the government. So thank you very much. And in turn, I think as a community of oil and gas professionals, we are here, we will step up and we will support whatever is required by the government, technically. Next, we will be going to a very, very special segment which we have added in the last 4 or 5 years, which is to recognize the service of lifetime achievement of our industry professionals, one from the category of petroleum engineering, and one from the category of earth sciences, and similarly one from academia for earth sciences and one from academia for petroleum engineering. Ideally, such an event should be done on a dedicated session where we invite the award recipients to share their thoughts, but because of the shortage of time, we will be just giving a small introduction, and then we will be requesting our chief guest and our chairman conference and regional director to present the shield to them. So we will be going to the Lifetime Achievement Award now. The first Lifetime Achievement Award, I am going to introduce all the 4 recipients first, and then we will ask for the shield distribution. So the Petroleum Engineering Lifetime Achievement Award is being given to Mr. Tanveer Azad. Tanveer Saab did his BSc in Petroleum Engineering in 1974 and BSc in Petroleum Engineering and MSc in Petroleum Engineering in 1976 from Middle East Technical University in Ankara. He started his professional career with OGDCL in 1977 and then worked for Kuwait Oil Company, Phillips Petroleum, Occidental, OMV, Premier Oil, and OPI, and is presently working for Oil Indus since 2008. Tanveer Saab has been an active member of SPE, and many, many years ago, he used to be very active in the ATC, which we are doing now. He has authored and co-authored several technical papers. The second Petroleum Engineering Lifetime Achievement Award for academia is being given to Professor Dr. Amanat Ali Bhatti. Professor Bhatti Saab did his BSc in Petroleum and Gas Engineering in 1980 session, and he joined the department as a faculty member upon completion of his education. He has been an active member of Society of Petroleum Engineers International. He has pioneered and served as a lifetime faculty advisor of SPE UET Lahore student chapter. He has been an active participant of ATC. He has served the SPE Middle East and North Africa region for 3 years as a first ever Pakistani judge for regional awards. He is associated with Pakistan Engineering Council as a member of the Petroleum and Gas Engineering. It is an elected position. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Geosciences industry goes to Mr. Muhammad Azim Malik. Azim Malik Saab holds a master's degree in geology. He has attended various technical courses in the United States and Europe. He is an accomplished petroleum geoscientist with over 60 years of practical industry experience. He has held various executive positions, particularly as Executive Director Exploration of OGDCL. His international work included working for Sonatrach in Algeria. He has written, published, presented more than 50 research papers in domestic and international forums. He has been an active technical reviewer for PAPG since 1996. He is presently working with Petroleum Exploration Private Limited for the last 15 years as Senior Exploration Executive. The award for Lifetime Achievement for Earth Sciences Academia goes to Professor Dr. Mubarak Ali. Professor Saab did his BSc honors in geology in 1969 and MSc in geophysics in 1970 from Punjab University, Lahore. His passion was teaching, and he started academic career with teaching at Punjab University, Department of Geology in 1972. Subsequently, he joined the newly established Department of Earth Sciences in Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. He completed his PhD from University of Glasgow in 1983 on scholarship. He remained in teaching for more than 45 years. He taught at Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, Bahria University, Karachi. He has supervised many postgraduate and doctorate students, and he has more than 80 publications to his credit. After this introduction, I would like to request Chief Guest Saab, Chairman Saab, and our Regional Director of SP to stand in front of their seats and distribute the shields. We will be starting with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Mr. Tanveer Azad. यार किसी को ब्लॉक ना करें, जिनकी भी वीडियो चल रही है उसको चलने दें प्लीज़. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Petroleum Engineering Academia goes to Professor Dr. Amanat Ali Bhatti. I think the room is full of his students. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Earth Sciences Industry is Mr. Muhammad Azam Malik. He has over 60 years of practical industry experience, ladies and gentlemen. The Lifetime Achievement Award for Earth Sciences Academia goes to Professor Dr. Mubarak Ali. I'm sure there are many of his students sitting in this gathering. Professor Dr. Mubarak Ali Saab. Next, we will be giving shields to our corporate members. This is being distributed in the order of sponsorship. So we will start with our highest category of sponsorship, Mari Petroleum. And I would like to request the chairman of Mari Petroleum, Waqar Malik Saab, to receive the shield. Our next diamond sponsor is OGDCL. So OGDCL Shield corporate member, please. Next, we are going to the platinum category. So we will start with Pakistan Petroleum Limited, PPL. Pakistan Petroleum Limited, Arshad Palekar Saab. Next is SLB Pakistan. They are also our platinum sponsor. Sprint Oil and Gas, they're also our platinum sponsor. Arif Yusuf is also the exhibition and event chair. He's done a good job. Well done. Our next platinum sponsor is United Energy Pakistan Limited. This is being received by Mausuf Saab, the president of UEPL. Next, we move to the gold category, and we will be starting with Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes. Next gold sponsor after Baker Hughes is BGP. After BGP, we will have Weatherford. So BGP Pakistan. After BGP Weatherford, Weatherford Pakistan. And then we will be going to, these are corporate member shields. So our next corporate member is in the bronze category, LMKR. After LMKR, we have Polish Oil and Gas. Polish Oil and Gas is a bronze sponsor. After Polish Oil and Gas, we have Nurecon Petro Services Private Limited. After Nurecon, we have Halliburton Worldwide Limited. The rest of the corporate members, I will be calling them out in alphabetical order. So these were the sponsoring organizations which were given the corporate member shield before the other members. So next will be Al-Haj Enterprises Private Limited. Halliburton. Al-Haj Enterprises. Eastern Testing Services. Government Holding Private Limited. IPR Transoil Corporation. KPOGCL after IPR. This is GHPL. So next is IPR. KPOGCL. Mr. Nasir Khan. Kufpek, Pakistan. MOL Pakistan. Orient Petroleum. Ahmed Nawaz Saab from MOL Pakistan. After OPI is Pakistan Oil Fields POL. Anybody from Pakistan Oil Fields? So next is Petroleum Exploration Private Limited. Moin Saab. And we also have Prime Pakistan Limited. Subhani Saab. We had 3 pre-conference courses. So after the corporate shield distribution, we had 3 pre-conference courses yesterday. I would like to call the instructors, Mr. Noman Shariar from Halliburton, to come and receive his shield. He conducted the second course. I will be calling Madiha Ali and Muhammad Zubair next, after Noman Saab. Noman Shariar from Halliburton, he did the second course on petroleum engineering yesterday. Next is Madiha Ali from SLB. Madiha Ali and Muhammad Zubair from SLB. Are they here? They're here. Muhammad Zubair. Now, next I would like to request the chief guest to give a shield to Mr. Muhammad Al-Marzuki for giving the keynote speech. Zubair. Muhammad Zubair. We have a shield to give to Mr. Muhammad Al-Marzuki for delivering the keynote speech. Next, I would like to request Chairman ATC Fahim Haider Saab to present a shield to our Honorable Chief Guest, Federal Minister for Energy, Mr. Muhammad Ali. We will have a group photograph of all the people on the stage, a quick picture, and then I would like to request the Chairman to take the Chief Guest for inaugurating the conference, for inaugurating the exhibition. We will have tea starting in about 10-15 minutes for everybody else. So please stay seated. Please stay seated.
thrilled to welcome you to the 29th Annual Technical Conference and Oil Show 2023, along with the technical paper sessions here. As we all know, this year the event is jointly hosted by Society of Petroleum Engineers, SP Pakistan Section, and PAPG, the Pakistan Association of Petroleum Geoscientists. I, Sahih Malik, petroleum engineer myself, am delighted to welcome all the respectable delegates, conference officials, academic professors, students, and everyone sitting over here. Heading on towards the conference themes, maybe all of us here will be aware. This year, the set theme for the conference is Exploring the Unexplored, High-Risk Plays and Economic Challenges. It speaks towards addressing the unique dynamics shaping the energy industry of Pakistan. Now we are heading towards the technical paper sessions we all are here for. All owing to its history, SP Pakistan Section and PAPG exhibits its competency by providing platforms to both students and professionals to present their technical papers in the student and professional technical paper sessions. Similarly, this year, a total of 18 professional papers would be presented by the industrial professionals under the umbrella of Petroleum Engineering Section. Presenters of these papers and the presentations would be divided into 5 main sessions covering the next 2 days. We promise that this gathering is worth to be thought-provoking, as the brilliant minds from industry and academia have got together to navigate the transition of energy in the landscape. Moving towards the rules, each session would be led by a chairman and a co-chair. Each presenter of the paper will be given a time slot of 20 minutes. This time slot is further divided into 15 minutes for the presentation and the last 5 minutes allocated for the question and answer sessions. As a reminder of time, the chairman and the co-chair would be given an authority to ring the alarm bell to inform the presenter for wrapping up its presentation and starting of the discussion session. Owing to the restriction of time, we request all the presenters to adhere to their allocated time slots. Now we rush towards the session 1 of the technical paper sessions. In the first session for today, 5 presentations in technical forum will be presented. The professional presenting the presentations will be associated from multinational companies such as United Energy Pakistan Limited, PG&IG Pakistan, Pakistan Petroleum Limited, Sprint, and ML Group Pakistan. This session would be chaired by Mr. Sayyid Shariq Ali Hashmi, a name well known. He has been associated with oil and gas industry for last 25 years. With his academics, he holds a master's degree in petroleum engineering from King Fahd University. Prior to this, he holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from NED University, Karachi. Currently, he is working as the head of development at Pakistan Petroleum Limited. Besides PPL, he has also worked with BP Pakistan, ENI Pakistan, Pakistan Refinery Limited. Having his expertise in reservoir engineering, he has served the oil and gas industry as various capacities, like Adi Field Head, Dog Sultan as in charge of Sui Gas Field, Manager Purification Plant, and the Chief Reservoir Engineer as well. Sayyid Shariq Ali Hashmi, sir, please join us on stage. Joining him will be the co-chair for us today is Mia Akram. He is serving as the Manager Reservoir Engineering OGDCL. He has a petroleum engineering graduate from University of Engineering and Technology, Lahore. He has been associated with oil and gas industry for last 31 years. Holding a multi-dimensional experience in northern fields as well as workovers and enhanced oil recoveries. Sir, Mia Akram, sir, please join us on stage. So we have both our chair and co-chair bodies on the stage. So without further ado, let us start the first session. The first paper which is going to be presented today holds the title Optimizing Well Placement and Recovery in Mature Gas Condensate Reservoirs through the Utilization of Pseudo-Pressure Approach. The paper will be presented by Sir Saad Mahmood. He is serving as the lead reservoir engineer from United Energy Pakistan Limited. Sir Saad Mahmood, sir, please join us on stage.
ये से अप एंड डाउन ठीक सही Assalamu alaikum everyone. I'm Saad Mahmood from United Energy Pakistan, and I'll be presenting you a case study of a field, and the title of the presentation is Optimizing Well Placement and Recovery in Mature Gas Condensate Reservoir with the Utilization of Pseudo-Pressure Approach.
Saad, you will have 15 minutes to present. After 13 minutes, I will give you a bell to wind up your presentation, and then we will have a 5 minutes for question answers. Please proceed.
Thank you. So this is the outline or the agenda of the presentation. I'll go through the background of the field, the challenges that we face for gas condensate reservoir and its modeling. Then I'll briefly touch upon the generalized pseudo-pressure approach. Then I will go through the static model, what PVT we have embedded in the model, then the sector model sensitivities. I'll explain why we did that. Then we have the history match optimization, so it is spots identification. Then we developed some forecast scenarios, and we later compared those forecasts with the actual data in order to establish the reliability of the technique. And I'll conclude with results and then the conclusions. So this is the field background. It was discovered in 2003. The primary reservoirs are 4 sands, sand 1, 2, 3 and sand A. Commercial production was started in 2013. It's a near critical gas condensate reservoir with an initial CGR of 120 barrels per MMSCF. The initial pressure was in the range of 5,300 and dew point was in the range of 4,900. So it's quite close to the initial pressure. Initial estimate, volumetric estimate is 150 BSCF. Cumulative is around 50 BCF. The drive mechanism is depletion to weak water drive. So there is no significant pressure sustenance. And currently there are 3 producers in the field. The challenges that we face in gas condensate reservoirs and its modeling. We know that the typical recoveries for a gas condensate reservoir is in the range of 40 to 60 if produced optimally. The significant issue in gas condensate reservoirs is when we deplete or when we produce it, the pressure drops below the dew point and the dropout occurs particularly in the near wellbore region where there is a significant sink. And that hampers the productivity of the well, particularly the gas relative permeabilities. So the liquid dropout causes its mobility to reduce as well, which in turn provides low condensate yields and hurts the revenue of the field. So in order to have the reliable forecast of the field, we need rigorous computational compositional modeling in gas condensate reservoirs. And it could be quite time consuming. So I'll explain how the pseudo pressure technique optimizes the time as well as the results in simulation. So this is the generalized pseudo pressure approach. We know that in gas condensate reservoirs there are primarily 3 regions. One is closer to the wellbore in which there is simultaneous gas and condensate flow. Then we have a region of significant condensate buildup, and then the single phase region, which is closer or above the dew point. So as I explained that near wellbore, the productivity is deteriorated, and in order to model it, if we model it with a coarse grid, it is not adequately modeled, the condensate dropout within the reservoir. So we need to divide the coarser grids of our simulation model in smaller grids through LGRs, local grid refinements. And that models the condensate dropout, its associated drawdowns, and the impact on gas deliverability. However, we have a generalized pseudo pressure approach which accounts for this decreased mobility around the wellbore. It mimics the condensate dropout without using the LGRs and provides quite reliable results as well. How it does that? It basically divides the flow equation from the wellbore flowing pressure to dew point and then to the reservoir pressure. So it mimics all the three zones and captures that condensate dropout and its impact on the gas deliverability. So we built the static model, we populated the porosity and permeability calibrated at well levels, and then we divided the model, the facies were populated, and based on permeability, there were three categories of good, fair, and poor. Of course, there were associated properties were populated according to them. Then the PVT was embedded. We had a third-party consultant which matched the PVT model, and we embedded that calibrated PVT into our simulation model. Then we did the sector model sensitivity. It was a very important work of this study that we considered a sector model, not the full field scale simulation, in order to evaluate which technique is providing reliable results within a reasonable time. So we did 3 iterations with a coarser grid, with LGR, and then using the generalized pseudo pressure approach. So in pseudo pressure approach, we saw that it provides the most reliable results and with slightest increase in our computational time. So as you see, LGR time was almost 11 times higher than the coarser grid. However, the GPP time was around 1.5 times. And if you see the match, the coarse is providing quite optimistic results. Even LGR is providing optimistic, but pseudo pressure is the most conservative. So it provides the results closer to the actual data, and it saves time as well. So once we have this sector model sensitivity done, then for the full field scale simulation, we only use the GPP approach. So this is the history match optimization that we did using the GPP technique. And in order to achieve the history match, we tried to change several parameters, including the transmissibility multipliers in the XYZ direction, the relative permeability of the rocks in order to match the gas and condensate forecast or actual data of the gas and condensate. We played with the fault transmissibility, and we did the sensitivity on the size of the aquifer. So this is the history match. You can see P1 and P2 well, and on the subsequent slides there is history match for the other wells P3 and P5, which are quite reliable, quite close to the actual data. Then we did the sweet spots identification. One way of doing or evaluating the future opportunities is to place well according to your understanding and then have the sensitivity runs. So we avoided that because there could be several well locations we could have attempted in our forecast. So what we did the sweet spots identification. We generated the average maps for gas saturation, oil saturation, water saturation, and pressure. And based on understanding of the field, we created a workflow for the sweet spot identification. We created these cutoffs according to our understanding and of this field. With these cutoffs, we could have a well location that could provide good results, or it would be a successful and commercially viable opportunity. So we use these cutoffs: gas saturation of 0.5, SO less than 0.2, SW less than 0.4, some cutoff for permeability, and then pressure. So what it did, in the workflow, the simulator assigns a 0 or 1 value to that grid block. If the criteria is met, it would assign a 1 value. If the criteria is not met, it would assign a 0 value. Then we generate the average map for this using the simulator, and we get the average of all the grid blocks at that position, and this generates this map. So the highest value we get at O1 opportunity, where O1 is written, and the next potential opportunity was O2. So this is the maximum value we got, and we run the forecast on these locations in order for the potential future opportunities. So we did the NFA case, and then the NFA plus the future wells. We saw that GPP technique was providing a conservative forecast or the realistic forecast, while the LGR case was not used for the history match, subsequently not used for the forecast, but we did the forecast with the coarser grid, and it was optimistic as we discussed earlier. Then later on, we did the forecast comparison with the actual data of the existing producer, and it shows that the forecast from the coarser grid was quite optimistic, and the forecast that we get from the pseudo pressure technique was quite closer to the actual data. So it validates the application of the technique, and these are the results for the new wells that we forecasted. For O1 opportunity, we have the gas and condensate forecast. So the results show that GPP could model adequately the gas condensate dropout and its impact on the gas deliverability and condensate deliverability, and provides a reliable forecast. The new opportunities would result in potential increase of around 10 to 12% recovery, and it's planned to progress with O1 opportunity first. It was more potential, and subsequently we would recalibrate the model for the O2 opportunity. So these are the conclusions. As I have elaborated earlier as well, that GPP provides the adequate or the more reliable forecast over the conventional techniques. It could easily be incorporated in our simulators. The simulators have the option, the commercial simulators, to use the GPP approach, and it captures the production impairment adequately. It's faster as compared to other conventional techniques that are available, particularly LGR. The workflow that we use for sweet spot identification significantly reduce the time for the forecast scenario. Otherwise, we would have iteratively doing the process of well placement optimization. So these are the two techniques, and that would add around 10 to 12% of the recovery in this gas condensate reservoir. Lastly, I would thank for the support of Subsurface Department of United Energy Pakistan, our other stakeholders and joint venture partners for their full support in our study, in our modeling and publication of this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's open the floor for questions.
Assalamualaikum. From OGDCL. What is the recovery for the base case?
Base case is around 40%, and we would be increasing around 10-12%. So we would be going above 50% with this. With these two new opportunities.
From drilling of both the wells?
Yes.
Okay.
Kindly introduce yourself first and then.
Assalamualaikum. Jawad Ahmed from MOL Pakistan. What recovery factor are basically average recovery factor in this area where you are operating for gas condensate?
So it's as I highlighted also, the average recovery factors in this area is around 40 to 60%, and in the base case we had the 40% because of the optimizations that we have done, and with these 2 new opportunities we would be going to the 50%. If we would have implemented some techniques earlier, we could have achieved slightly higher recoveries as well.
Don't you think this is a relatively less recovery factor for gas condensate field in normal porosity permeability reservoirs?
So generally it's in this range because it's a depletion to weak water drive. If we have a stronger aquifer support, the pressures would have maintained and we would have higher recoveries. But in this field, the pressures are depleting. There is no significant aquifer support available. Because of that, once it depletes, it causes a significant condensate dropout. And the per well drainage or the recoveries are not significant for that purpose.
Any other question?
But in gas cases, gas reservoirs, normally, a strong aquifer support can be quite detrimental, for the recovery.
Sir, basically when we have relatively higher aquifer support, it mitigates or there is less condensate dropout. So the gas effective or relative permeability is not affected significantly. In this case, the condensate dropout causes the condensate yield to be significantly reduced, as well as that dropout causes the gas recoveries to hurt. Of course, it would not go to a depletion drive gas reservoir of 80-85%, but it could be in the range of 60 to 70% for gas. But you would have significantly higher condensate yield, which would improve the economics of the field significantly.
The last question.
Assalamualaikum. This is Noman from Halliburton. Question is so condensate dropout would be a function of more likely you're operating below the dew point, right?
Yes.
So do you think that changing the well placement practices in terms of well architecture, drilling longer wells, that would distribute the drawdown and that would help to have more pressure drop in order to produce at the same rates? Do you think that this kind of approach could also help you?
Yes, Noman sir, this is absolutely right, and we are currently initiating a study in which we are evaluating certain options like laterals or the high deviated wells or the horizontal wells or the fracs in order to improve the recoveries, because all of these would reduce the drawdown near wellbore, and you could produce at the same rate with a lesser drawdown. That would reduce your condensate dropout. So we are currently initiating that study for this field.
Thank you, Saad, for a nice presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Next paper is tapered liner hanger system for zonal isolation and hydraulic fracturing and application in Kirthar fault belt region. The authors are Syed Asad Abid, Muhammad Azhar Hussain, Muhammad Umar Khalid, Muhammad Azim Sarwar, Shaklaj Sartaj, Hamid Ahmed, Mike News Gorinek, Rashid Ali Sheikh, Ibrahim Al Lewani. Sayyid Asad Abid.
Am I audible? Okay. So thank you so much. I'll be presenting the paper taper line system for zonal isolation, an application in the Kirtha Fault Belt region. I'll be presenting on behalf of the Polish oil and gas team. So most Kirtha concession wells are characterized as tight gas wells, reservoirs due to the permeability being less than 1 millidarcy. The reservoir formation pub needs stimulation through hydraulic fracturing to enable the well to flow at commercially feasible rates. The wells themselves are located in the fold and thrust well region with the strike slip components, so borehole instability issues due to in situ stress-induced complexities such as weak bedding planes, rubble zones, and fracture through shales, more specifically through Laki and Ranikot shales are very common. So these are troublesome shales to drill through. The shale formations are generally drilled in the 12 1/4 inch intermediate hole section with the high mud weights ranging from 15 to 16.5 ppg. The reservoir formation pub sandstone is then drilled in the 8.5 inch production hole section with a lower mud weight range of about 11 to 12.5 ppg, and then is cased off with a 7 inch liner and subsequently fractured and completed. The issues drilling the pub formations are mostly lost circulation and differential sticking challenges. So it's very critical to have the pub formation drilled separately from the above-lying shale formations. So coming to the well at which the application was used for the taper liner system. So the background was that we drilled a well A, we drilled and cased off the top sections, and then we drilled the 12 1/4 inch sections with the Ranikot shale causing numerous issues, mostly related to wellbore stability. The section was then cased off with a 958 casing, and then we drilled the pub formation in 8.5 inch hole with a mud weight of 12.5 ppg. So partial to complete losses were observed during drilling, and the string was observed to be stuck at wiper trip. Subsequent fishing attempts were made, but they were unsuccessful, and the top of the fish was such that we had no other option but to sidetrack through a cased hole. So this meant exposing both Ranikot and pub formations in the same hole section. So two subsequent sidetracks were drilled to TD, but we were unable to case it off because in both the sidetrack boreholes were lost. The string was stuck. We had very high mud weight, more than 15 ppg, to stabilize the Ranikot formation, and losses in differential sticking was observed again in the pub formation, worsened further by high mud weights required to stabilize Ranikot. The well was then temporarily suspended. So the foremost issue was we could have drilled the pub formation and 6 inch hole separately, but we needed to have a liner system that was capable of sustaining the high frac loads and suited to our fracturing operations. So we evaluated this liner hanger system. If you can see on the right hand side the image of the schematic of the 958 inch into 7 inch into 4.5 taper liner string. So we have the upper PBR assembly, and then we have the 958 into 7 inch slip type hanger segment, and below that we have the provision to run 7 inch liner joints, followed by an inline lower PBR with a seal bore ID of 4 3/4 inch to be run above the 4.5 inch liner joints. We also had separately a V0 rated seal stem assembly with seal stem consisting of FFK material elastomer seals for stinging into the 4 3/4 inch seal bore ID, allowing for production through a tieback monobore completion. So for the liner placement, for running in the liner, it's critical to have simulations conducted, because we need to ensure this tapered string we could rotate through wellbore restrictions, and if we had to rotate during the cement job to ensure we had a good cement quality. Also hydraulics were very critical, so we also simulated the hydraulic calculations to ensure that we could get a sufficient flow rate of 4 to 6 BPM while circulating on bottom and also conducting the cement job. So the operations itself are pretty straightforward. We'll come to the benefits of liner hanger later on in the slides, but We drilled the Rani Code formation and cased it off with a 958 casing. Drilled the 8.5-inch hole. Drilled the 8.5-inch hole and covered Rani Code with a 7-inch hanger first. Then we drilled the pub formation and we ran the tapered liner string. So you can see with the tapered liner string, we had the 958 into 7-inch hanger with the 3 7-inch liner joints, followed by a lower inline PBR and then the 4.5-inch liner joints. On the right side, you can see the conventional completion schematic, where we have in the conventional design, basically that was before the application of this tapered liner string, when we would complete the well in the 8.5-inch hole with 7-inch production liner. So the production packer or the frac packer would be set across the 7-inch liner joints. So just a brief on how we conduct the fracturing operations. The hydraulic frac treatment post setting the frac DSC packer is, first we do the breakdown test, then we have a step rate test with step up and step down, then a calibration test or a mini frac as it's known, followed by the main treatment pumping. The critical thing to note here is the surface pumping parameters during hydraulic fracturing treatment. The surface pressures are generally around 12,500 psi, could be less than that as well, but this is what we observe in our fields. And the pumping rates around 20 to 22 BPM with a slurry density of 10 to 12 ppg. After pumping the frac treatment, the string is pulled back to surface, followed by the well completion operation with the appropriate size of tubing selection and downhole completion. So drilling the 6-inch hole, reservoir pump formation in the 6-inch hole, we had to evaluate what appropriate liner system must we run to ensure we conduct our fracturing operations safely. So we had a plethora of options. We could have gone with the conventional 15K liner hanger system with the 4.5-inch into 7-inch liner hanger and the DST packer situated above in the 7-inch joints. But the problem was that in this case, the 4.5-inch liner top would be exposed during the hydraulic fracturing. So in case there's any issue with the liner top packer, there could be a weak path or communication jeopardizing the hydraulic fracturing operation. To offset or mitigate this, what we could have done with the same conventional liner hanger system was the use of tieback seals, just running a tieback seal on a frac string to isolate the liner top at bottom of frac string. The conventional systems available then to us didn't have a lengthier PBR. So we did the tube move calculations and basically figured with the conventional systems we couldn't do the frac operations for the risk of the tieback seals popping out during the injection operations. To further offset this, we could have gone for a mechanical packer or a hold down sub along with tieback seals to restrict the movement of the seals, even with a limited PBR. But then there's this risk of creating a hydraulic lock chamber where it would be difficult or impossible to unset the packer and the tieback seals once we've conducted the operations. Another option would be to run the DST or frac packer inside of the 4.5-inch liner. But this would cause minimum ID restrictions. So how we've planned or designed our frac treatment over the years is that we prefer bigger IDs in that to ensure that we deliver maximum proppant and hydraulic fracturing treatment to the borehole. So this would compromise on the overall fracture design and geometry. Thus, we came to the utility of an inline lower PBR with a tapered liner hanger system. So this system essentially, the tapered system essentially consists of the inline lower PBR with bottom connections compatible to a 4.5-inch liner and top connections compatible to 7-inch liner. The advantages for this system were for us obvious over a conventional system, where in this system where you can see on the right hand side the DST frac string with the tapered liner string. So the DST packer is located in this 7-inch upper segment of the liners of the tapered liner string. So essentially the liner top is still not exposed with this. Also, we're not staying in, so we don't have a hydraulic lock chamber issue. So the well integrity wise, there were fewer potential leak paths in this system. There were no minimum ID restraints in terms of the delivery of the frac fluid treatment. So no compromise on the hydraulic fracturing job design. Also, no hydraulic isolation chamber issues, so allowing installation of a conventional 7-inch DST frac packer inside the upper segment of the liner system. So once we proceeded with the operations, we run and hold the liner, cemented it. One challenge was the integrity testing of the lower PBR system. Since we had to frac it, we had to test it at a higher pressure, and the tieback seal stem, simulating the downhole conditions for tube move and the bottom hole pressures. On the right side, you can see the graph, where basically what we did was at the end of the flex string, we connected the tieback seals and run and hole, and then we stung in the tieback seals into the lower PBR. So we carried out a test at 8500 psi surface pressure using a higher brine fluid. You can see on the graph on the right side that we held the pressure for 30 minutes successfully. And what we did was we increased the pressure in step increments to simulate the tube move calculations for cross verifications. And we actually, corresponding to the hook load, we verified the tube move calculations that we performed were accurate. So after this test, the seal stem assembly was successfully retrieved to surface and physically inspected. The surface condition was found to be satisfactory of the seal stem assembly. The DST and frac operations were then carried out by setting the packer inside 7-inch liner joints above the lower PBR. And during the hydraulic fracturing operations, the lower PBR was exposed to high burst pressures, and overall system integrity was found to be satisfactory. Coming to the results and conclusions. So this particular system, the tapered 958 into 7-inch into 4.5, I believe, with an inline lower PBR, the first one to be run in this country. It allowed us for the PUF formation to be drilled separately in the 6-inch hole section. The tapered liner string with the lower PBR was demonstrated to be a successful liner system, enabling wellbore isolation, hydraulic fracturing, and a monobore completion. It allows for a contingency hole section in case we could go with the conventional system, but since if we face the same issues again, where we don't have any option of a slimmer hole, we can go with this option then and drill it in the 6-inch hole section. The addition of 6-inch hole section also allows for the shale formations to be drilled separately as well. So normally we drill Rani Coat and the Laki shale in one hole section. This system allows us for them to be drilled separately as well, which is preferred, by the way. In some of the later wells, we've been adopting this strategy. So the future application, another one could be simply conducting the frac using the sailbore stem stung inside the lower PBR without maybe a mechanical packer or hold down slip. There were some challenges as well related to the lower PBR application, tapered liner application, and slim hole section. The length of the inner string during cementing operation is limited to 30 meters. So basically, once we run the liner, the running tool has a tail string attached to it. So we convey the wiper plug inside of the 4.5-inch liner using this tailpipe assembly. So there's a limit to the length of this tailpipe assembly. And as practiced and recommended by a vendor, it was 30 meters. So essentially, if you think about it, we can only run 30 meters of 7-inch liner joints in this. So we could place our packer, we have to place our packer, DST packer, or frac packer, or production packer within this 30 meter. The clean-out operations in the slim hole pose extra challenge in terms of string torque and tensile strength. The conventional wireline BHA can't pass through clean-out BHA. Slim wireline tools would be required. Perforation guns, size limitation due to slim hole. This one was actually not really a big challenge since we could arrange for perforation guns, but our preferred sizes were bigger than that. And there was no standard provision of downhole memory gauges setting during well testing operations due to monobore completion design. However, lately there's been nipple-less gauge hangers available on the market that we can use. So with this, I conclude our paper, and thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity, and thank you to my team, POGC.
The floor is open for the question and answer.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the hydraulic isolation, you mentioned between the lower PBR where you inserted the tie-back seal nipple and the 7-inch packer.
I can't quite get where the question is coming from.
It's from here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's
Can
roughly
you
here.
speak out a bit? Can you speak loudly, please?
I was asking about the hydraulic isolation between the tie-back seal nipple and the 7-inch packer. Initially, you highlighted it as a risk, and then your frac string also included the same packer in the tie-back seal.
No, actually, let me clarify this. So the seal stem assembly actually allows us to frac with this assembly in particular, but just because of that risk, we did not include the tie-back seal stem with the DST packer. So there's this option where we can run the seal stem on its own. We tested it initially. It was our plan to incorporate it into the frac operations, but because of that particular risk, we did not run the DST packer or the frac packer along with the seal bore stem.
So you mean to say that the 4.5-inch liner top was exposed to the frac load?
No. Because the liner top was 958 inch into 7 inch. So the inline PBR is actually just made up of threaded connections. So if you have the DST frac packer placed inside the 7-inch liner segment of the upper PBR, the liner hanger is above that.
All right, I think we can discuss this.
Sure. I can. There's more details in the paper, but we can discuss this further as well.
Sure. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. I think this is a great presentation, and I really appreciate Polish company going for this very challenging area for fracking well and getting all those data. I think this is a great work you did.
Thank you.
Particularly in Kirthar, Bulagia, and it's a very good guideline for the people who are going to operate in that area.
Thank you so much.
By just clarification, I'm not going to ask question. The clarification is, what was the sand phase pressure or breakdown pressure at which depth you got?
Sir, I'm not entirely sure if I'm allowed to divulge that information, but a completion engineer perhaps could fill you in on that.
That is important one for us to learn the lesson.
Sure.
Well, thank you, sir, for this question. Actually, the breakdown pressure ranges based on the depletion. So if we are encountering a virgin reservoir, our breakdown pressures are over 8,000 psi, sometimes closer to 9,000 psi in that region.
At sand phase? Breakdown pressure, not surface
These
pressure.
are the surface pressures. If we will add hydrostatic, it depends on the depth. It will add up like 4,000 psi more. So downhole, it will be ranging 12,000 to 13,000 psi.
That's good, okay. So yes. What was the fracture off length you determined?
Sir, again, it's a matter of simulations, area to area, pre-frac DSC results, 3D modeling, in situ stresses. So we are targeting sometimes around 300 meters. This is our max that we have targeted and we have achieved. In optimum cases, we are targeting 100 meters to 150 meters.
Okay. So in this well particularly, you got about 300 meters. We can assume?
In this well, the range was between 100 meters to 150 meters because we had different challenges associated with the slim hole, as my colleague has mentioned before. But the 300 meters is the max that we have achieved in this area.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Let's proceed to the. Thank you. Let's proceed to the third presentation of this session. The title is the application of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in exploration and production sector of Pakistan. This will be presented by Mr. Muhammad Noman Khan, who belongs to PPL. The other co-authors are Salman Hamid, Muhammad Asim Mushtaq. Noman, please come over.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. As the title of presentation is already communicated to you and it is displayed here, the application of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in exploration and production sector of Pakistan. So this is the outline of my today's presentation. I will first go through the introduction to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, briefly touching each of it and explaining it, and then its relevance and implementation by the E&P sector around the world, and also specifically some examples from international examples and from Pakistan. Then I will focus on some specific examples related to PPL's field, the largest field, one of the largest field of Pakistan, Sui gas field, where how these sustainable development goals have been implemented. And being the extensiveness of the topic and these SDGs, they are 17 in number. We will see in coming slides. I will only focus on 3 of the major SDGs, that are good health and well-being, quality education, and clean water and sanitation. This is the introduction to UN Sustainable Development Goals. These goals are as listed here pictorially, and you can read it very clearly that these include 17 goals. If I name them, these are no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, and several others. You can read it here. The details are present also in my paper. So these are the 17 important goals, and these are actually adopted in September 2015 as common universal goal for UN's member states to transform the world into a fairer, more prosperous and peaceful society until 2020. These SDGs actually, you can see with the names that they are actually promoting human well-being, preserve earth ecosystem, recognize the link between poverty reduction, sustainable growth, justice, and addressing climate change. And all these 17 goals are actually interactive partner of each other, and that they all, one or the other way, are actually supporting each other in achieving the objectives. And the benefits emerging from any one may be a future supportive tool for another SDG in some other context. So this is the brief introduction of the SDGs, that is Sustainable Development Goals. Now in the next slide I will focus on these SDGs linked with E&P sector. And just by looking at the names of these SDGs, you may guess that these SDGs are very closely related to whatever E&P sector is doing around the world and also in Pakistan. So you can see they are very well linked with the oil and gas sector. And depending upon the type of operation an E&P company is doing, like during the exploration phase, there may be some other sustainable development goals that a company may be focusing. During production phase, it may be some different. Depending upon the area the E&P company is working, there may be some different SDGs on which a company may be focusing. But either in every case, you can find E&P sector is significantly contributing in these days SDGs, both locally and internationally. So as we will be focusing on the 3 main goals, just giving a brief on them, that good health and well-being actually like implementing and prioritizing health and well-being of employees, local communities and environment. The SDG number 4, that is quality education, it is actually like in implementation and investing in education, skill development, community engagement, and promoting sustainable practices, as well as collaborating on these items with the local communities and education institutes for having taking other stakeholders on board. Similarly, in SDG 3, clean water and sanitation, it deals with adopting responsible water management practices to minimize water consumption, reduce waste, and prevent contamination of freshwater source. And here we also need to collaborate with the local communities and local governments. There are few examples that I have given several examples in my paper, but I will just show 3 or 4 here just for having a glimpse of how all the E&P companies are contributing in these SDGs around the world. This is taken from one of the reference I have quoted in the paper, that is IFP, IPIC and UNDP mapping of the oil and gas sector report of 2017. And you can see these companies are really contributing in various sectors of education and water and sanitation, and also in terms of health. Coming to Pakistan, there are I think all the E&P companies are very effectively contributing in various areas of sustainable development goals. Maybe they may not be linking their work with these SDGs of UN, but if they work on and they try to find out, their lot of work related to CSR and other activities are really linked with these sustainable development goals in different areas. So I have listed some of the companies. This is not the complete list, but just to give a flavor that every company is really engaged in Pakistan in doing this very important area of work. And then I will be focusing in coming slides on some of the PPL's work to give an highlight of how PPL is contributing in this, in one of the largest gas fields of Pakistan, that is Sui gas field. This is just an introduction of Sui gas field. It is located in district Dera Bukti, Balochistan, about 650 kilometers from Karachi, and it has reached its peak production in around 1999 at 900 MMSCFD per day of gas, and it's on its advanced stage of decline. So we can see throughout the life of the field how PPL had contributed to the community, and how these can be linked with the sustainable development goals of UN as being the target of different countries. So this is the general data of Sui field. About 114 wells have been drilled, and major reservoirs are SML, SUL, HR and PUB, and there is about 112 kilometers of feeder line network and about 58 kilometers of gas gathering network. The population around Sui field is reaching currently at more than 120,000 people. There are some difference of opinion on it, but as per census in 2017, it was around 100,000. Now I will just discussing and focusing on the one by one on the 3 SDGs, how PPL has contributed. Good health and well-being, it was well implemented at Sui gas field. These are the 4 areas in which we have worked extensively. There are more areas, but I am focusing on these 4 only, which are the prime ones. Occupational health and safety area, establishment and continuous support to a public welfare hospital at Sui town, and support to local government in healthcare. And very important, the last item I will discuss in detail is the Sui field hospital, which is, I think, is a unique contribution of PPL that we will be seeing in coming slides. In terms of occupational health and safety, these works that I am showing here are, I think, all of the E&P companies, I think, are contributing in this manner. They are taking care of their occupational health and surveillance for the employees, for the well-being of the community, and which include the regular audits for compliance of health, safety and standards. And similarly, Sui gas field is also has international certification of ISO 9001, 14001 and 45001. Continuing it, the public welfare hospital. This is an hospital which is actually governed by the Board of Governors and operated by Government of Balochistan, but primarily it was fully established and equipped by PPL. It is a 50-bedded hospital, fully constructed and furnished and equipped by PPL at about rupees 350 million in 2013-14, and currently it is catering for about 250 patients daily. The facilities include gynecology, emergency operations, theatres, and laboratory and pharmacy. And not only in the construction, but currently and continuously PPL is contributing in the consultant fees, repair and maintenance and facilitation of the inpatient in this hospital. These are the support to local government and healthcare. I think many of the ANP companies are also contributing. Similarly, in SUI, we are expanding, supporting government in expanded program for immunization, malaria and other disease control, medicines for DHQ hospital, free surgical eye camps, and providing anti-venom for snake bites in the area. Now I will focus on Seafield Hospital, which is I mentioned that's a unique area of work. This was established by PPL in 1956. It started from a dispensary to a fully equipped 55-bed secondary care hospital. It is fully funded by and operated by PPL, and the average annual expenses are around 200 million per year. This hospital provides free medical facilities to employees, partner staff like who are working around us, like SNGPL and SSGCL staff, as well as the local community. It is equipped with the latest medical facilities, and here our well-trained staff, doctors and paramedical staff manages advanced laparoscopic surgeries, general surgeries, gynecology cases and other surgical procedures at this facility. So the local community does not need to require, if it is related to these facilities requirement, they are provided with fully equipped machineries are there. You can see a glimpse of here is that this is an operation theatre where laparoscopic surgery is being performed. There are 2 operation theatres in the Seafield Hospital, and we have very well-trained surgeons present there. Similarly, there is a 24-hour emergency department and trauma and accident patients, and all kind of different types of emergencies which may be very critical in case of transporting this patient to farther areas like bullet injuries and mine injuries. They are all handled and managed at hospital, and made these patients, if required for an ICU, they are prepared the patient for traveling to this far away locations. This is just a glimpse of how PPL Seafield Hospital is contributing. About in the last 15 years, 10,000 major operations have been carried out and 4,000 minor operations, and emergency services are provided to more than 200,000 persons, out of which about 60,000 were non-employee. And in case of disease prevention, vaccinations were provided, including COVID-19 and hepatitis B vaccine. About 6,000 births are managed at the hospital. That is really a unique thing, I think, in a hospital at the field area. And the cost incurred on non-employees in the below table, it's about 200 million rupees in the last 3 years. And just focusing on the last 1 year, we have treated about 5,500 patients and carried out about 800 surgical procedures, out of which 50% were non-employees of PPL. Now we will come to the second SDG, that is quality education implementation. PPL played a key role in changing SUI education culture and improving literacy rate by providing free education to the PPL employees, kids, and the nearby community. And these contributions include higher professional education, scholarships, and support to federal government, livelihood generation. But the most important thing is that I have written in the end is there a SUI model school, which is also a unique thing, that PPL is operating 100% constructed and owned and operated complete school that is actually educating not only the employees kids, but also the kids of the community living around it, if the seats are available there. So these are the statistics. You can see about 3,000 students are enrolled at the school now. 40 qualified teachers are working there, teaching the students, and about 1250 about 2,000 students have passed out from this school 10th grade, and 427 girls have been passed out their 12th grade exams. So this is a great contribution to the area in terms of education. And the last is the clean water and sanitation, which is the SDG number 6. And in this SDG, PPL has been providing water not only to its own area, because this area, when the field was discovered, there was no water source around it. So PPL identified 57 kilometer away an area where water can be arranged. That is at Khiwali, which is in district Rajanpur in Punjab. And there is a 57 kilometer line was laid, and a pumping station was established at that location, which is actually contributing and currently supplying 3.4 million gallon of water, which is the only prime source of water in Sui area. And out of this, only 23% is being utilized by the PPL operational needs and its employees, and 77% is actually being supplied to the local communities, LEAs, and other associated people who are living around for their living. So this is a great contribution by PPL in providing the water supply to this area. Now I will conclude my presentation with these concluding remarks that PPL's effort in Sui gas field aim to demonstrate its commitment in preserving the area biodiversity and improving living condition of the local residents in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And the presented data demonstrate the extraordinary efforts and contribution made by PPL toward improving the quality of life for local community with a voluntary spirit in challenging environment. And in the last, these efforts can use an example for motivation of the ENP sector, which is also contributing a lot to support the country in implementing the 2030 agenda of UN Sustainable Development Goals. In the end, I acknowledge PPL management to allow me to present this paper, and also the relevant staff of Sui field who provided this data and helped me in preparing this paper. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Raman, for an interesting presentation. We can have only 2 questions because of scarcity of time. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a very good work that PPL is doing. Very much appreciated. I want to ask one question that these programs are more relevant like CSR programs. And the name SDGs, it came under the umbrella of ESG, Environment, Social Governance. So would you like to elaborate what is the link of these SDGs with ESG and CSR programs? Thank you very much.
This may need a very long time to explain it, but I will try to cut it short. That as I explained in my first and second slide, that these SDGs, which are 17 in number, are actually interactive partner of each other. So if we are working in CSR, so we may be covering some aspects of these SDGs. So they are all linked. But why we are focusing on this, that because it is internationally agreed at UN level that every nation who is the member of UN will be taking care of it, trying to implement it. So this paper is actually just to make a link between ENP sector of Pakistan with these SDGs. We are working a lot, no doubt, but with the name of, as you have mentioned, ESD, ESR, CSR activities and other. But that is the just point of thinking for all of us, that all ENP companies can link our work with these SDGs. That will really help in our government and Pakistan to recognize our efforts at UN levels. by linking it. So this is one of the purpose of this paper to present here.
Last question, please.
Assalamu alaikum. As you showed the 70 years of journey of PPL in Balochistan, but the quality education institutions are very small. Only one institution which you showed that is established in the. It is requested that more quality education institutions may be established in Dera, Bhukti and other areas of Balochistan and also in Sindh Kamba district.
You are talking about Educational Institute?
Yes.
Okay. So you are right. This is not the end of the world. This is the effort that I am showing is actually efforts done by any ENP company, right? And there are a lot of more you can find in my paper also. So we can take this as an example, and we can all combinedly strive to do some more thing. There is always a room for improvement. But what we are seeing here that can you quote any example of ENP company operating a school at its field for its employees 100% and for community around the area. So this is an example. Yes, there is more area of improvement. We should go for an university. We should go for a more higher education. I agree with you. Lekin this is a start, and we all collectively can think that we can contribute more in this area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raman. Thank you.
Fourth paper is from Sprint. Enhancing wellbore integrity for well subject to fracturing, strengthening, cement sheet, flexural strength, and
thank you very much.
Ensuring long-term cost effectiveness, well integrity. This is the case study. The author is Syed Hamza Ahmed. Co-authors are Arif Yusuf, Ramiz Anwar, Kashif Shahzad, Syed Sarjeel Ahmed, Javed Iqbal, Sameer Mustafa Noor, Irfan Nazir, Samar Noman, Syed Hamza Ahmed.
Good afternoon. The topic of today's presentation is enhancing the well bore integrity for the well subjected to hydraulic fracturing operation. So the term hydraulic fracturing is quite a familiar term that is used for production optimization operation. In this particular operation, the fluid is pumped on the wellbore with the increased fracture pressure. Since this particular operation has high economic value, so the cement behind the casing needs to be evaluated before performing the hydraulic fracturing operation. So this is the brief background of the presentation that we will discuss in the next 10 to 20 minutes. And I will now like to introduce towards my author panel. So this is our author panel. Myself is Syed Sarjeel Ahmed, and this is my team who are the co-authors for this research paper. So this slide basically covers the agenda, that what are we discussing in this presentation. First of all, we will start with the introduction, then we will cover the key challenges, then we will move towards the job design and stress modeling, and then we will have a comparative analysis between conventional cements and the flexible cements. And then we will move towards the job execution, and at the end we will draw down the conclusion. So first, in this section, we will discuss that the hydraulic operation has some post-job impacts which covers the compromised wellbore integrity, mechanical failure, sustained casing pressures, which is quite a common problem, and hydrocarbon channeling. So here a question arises that what is the solution for this problem? So the solution for this problem is flexible cements. The flexible cements tend to improve mechanical properties, and there are some key features of flexible cements, which includes flexible particles, which has a fracture toughness and higher tensile strength. Then it has a key feature of low Young modulus and high Poisson's ratio. So in this slide, we will discuss about why flexible cements are a value addition in the oil and gas industry. So we have a beneficial impact of flexible cements, like they provide long-term zonal isolation due to the factor that it has sustaining elevated downhole stresses. Then it has durability. Then it provides opportunity that a greater working window can be used and a vast hydraulic operation can be performed on the well. And the last one is easy operation. Basically, we don't need any additional mixing equipment to perform this sort of job, and this is a plus point of flexible cements. So I will discuss the key challenges of this particular job that we had conducted in the southern region of Pakistan. The first challenge in that particular well was hole cleaning and mud removal. For performing any cement job, the hole cleaning and mud removal bears a great importance. So while performing the job at the southern region of Pakistan, it had a challenge that it had irregular hole geometry due to large washouts in the 7-inch section, and from the caliper log we had evaluated that 9.09 inches was the hole diameter. So in order to have a good hole cleaning, we proposed well wash, the surfactant based solution, and we had incorporated spacers so that we have a good and effective hole cleaning. The next challenge was the casing centralization. As I told you before, that the hole had a caliper log of 9 inches, and the minimum standoff requirement that is recommended by API is 67%. So considering this, we had a challenge that we had maximum centralizers OD of 8.25, and it yielded a centralization of 39%, which was low as compared to the recommendation. But we had incorporated an optimized centralization plan, and we had also incorporated liner rotation to improve the displacement efficiency and radial coverage for the cement operation. Then we had a challenge of short-term integrity, like preventing of gas migration during the transition phase, like we had trip gases observed during the tripping operation. And for this particular purpose, we incorporated right angle set slurries, which has a low transition time from 30 to 70 BC. Then we had a requirement of compressive strength development, that compressive strength development should be rapid within 24 hours at the top of liners. So in order to enhance this particular compressive strength, we had incorporated compressive strength enhancer like microsilica, and we had achieved the desired amount of compressive strength. Then there was another challenge like creation of microalloy that we usually observe due to negative differential pressure, and induced microalloys can form. Similarly, depending upon the exposure and pressure temperature variation, we had a problem that microalloy can be created in the wellbore. So for the purpose to mitigate this particular challenge, we had incorporated the expansion additives so that our slurries can expand after being placed at a particular depth. After that, there was a key challenge that was cement failure under dynamic stresses. So the cement failure during dynamic stresses is quite common, and in order to overcome this challenge, we had utilized flexible cement, and with the help of these, we had overcome the challenges that was considered. So basically, once we had the challenges covered, we then proceeded towards the stress modeling, and we had conducted stress modeling on a software, on a simulation software that was SemLife, and it basically indicated that we had no issues while stress modeling, and our designed cement slurry was effective for a particular challenge. So after being simulated, we then moved toward the laboratory analysis, in which we had conducted different types of tests that are usually associated to perform any cement job. We had performed thickening time tests, then UCA tests, then SGS tests, and then we had evaluated the mechanical properties. You can see by the help of graph that we had proposed almost 6.5 hours thickening time for the job, whereas the total time that was required was 145 minutes. We had included the safety factor while designing the job. Similarly, the table shows that we had a rapid compressive strength around top of liner. Like in 12 hours, we usually get 1400 psi approximate, and for 24 hours, we had 2200 psi. Similarly, we also conducted critical gas strength test at bottom of static temperature. The graph can depict that the designing parameters. Once we had achieved all the laboratory analysis, then we moved towards the mechanical properties, and we had performed expansion ring test for the expansion properties of the cement. And during the interval after 1, 2, 3, 7 days, 15 days, we had a total expansion of 0.83%. So in this table, we had a comparison between flexible cement and the conventional cements, and the flexible cement yield the properties that were desired for the candidate well. So the job execution. The job execution was that we had conducted a cement job at Ghotki region of Sindh in a 7-inch casing job and 8.5 open hole drill section. So the job was conducted as per the planning, and you can see from the table that we had achieved that what we had planned, and we had successfully achieved the planning phase, because the cement job depends upon the construction phase. And similarly, that it is important to have a good planning before proceeding towards the job. So these are the basic job results that we had gathered, and we had performed a successful cement job considering the flexible cements, and we had performed ultrasonic imaging tool log, and then we had also have an image that you can see with low amplitude, and we had strong formation signals, and also we had a radial coverage around our zone of interest. So moving towards the conclusion, I think that flexible cements are a game changer to oil and gas industry, and by the help of it, we can perform effective planning for the wells that are subjected to be subjected to hydraulically fractured. It provides wider window for performing fracturing operation, and it reduces the NPT and chances of workover operation. Similarly, the return on investment is really good, and it gives a wider window to perform production optimization operation. So this is the end of the presentation. If anyone have any question, then he is more than welcome.
The floor is open for the question answer. Only 2 questions. No question?
This is Zaman, and my question is related to hole cleaning. You mentioned you pump, well wash and spacers, but what specifically in the design which make it different from the other spacers?
Basically, the well wash solution was a surfactant based solution that is usually pumped to have a good bonding between casing and the formation. It is surfactant based, it usually cleans up the casing well enough, and then the spacer provides good effective barrier between the cement and the knitter fluid. So basically, to have an effective hole cleaning, we had proposed a surfactant based well wash that was creating an impact that was used as a pre-flush.
Hi, over here.
Last question.
So, yeah, the last question. So you mentioned that the application is for fracking the wells. For the UCS values that you quoted in the slides, you said the slurry properties go up to 6,000 psi, but the actual frac loads are probably much higher than that. I understand that the UCS that you obtained from the results is from the unconfined tests, but how do you cater to the fact that the actual fracture propagation pressures are much higher than what the UCS is? I mean, is there a mechanical test? Does the mechanical testing, such as Brazilian testing, cater to that, or do you use software simulations?
Basically, to cater your question, we had simulated first about the hydraulic stresses, that what hydraulic stresses that we will get while performing the job, and based upon those hydraulic stresses, we had simulated or we had gathered the mechanical properties that the cement would achieve. So basically, considering the compressive strength, we usually incorporated expansion additives which creates some sort of expansion in cement, and during the process of cyclic stresses the cement expands and we had a provision to sustain those sort of stresses. So by the help of simulation and then by the help of designing, we have achieved those properties.
Very good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Due to scarcity of time, we conclude this session with 4 papers. The 5th paper was supposed to be presented will be done in the next session. Thank you.
So it's the end of the first session for today. Now it's time to present the shields to the authors and the co-authors for the papers as a small token of appreciation for their hard work. The shield will be presented as aligned with the papers being presented today for the first session. I will request the chair and the co-chair, Mr. Sharik Ali Hashmi and Mr. Mia Akram, so please come forward to present the shields for the authors and co-authors. The paper that is presented first today was Optimizing Well Placement and Recovery in Mature Gas Condensate Reservoirs through the Utilization of Pseudo-Pressure Approach. This paper was presented by United Energy Pakistan Limited and the author being Saad Mahmood. I request please Mr. Saad Mahmood to come on stage for the shield. Co-author Mr. Muniz Iqbal. In the absence of any co-author, author is please requested to take the shields. Saad Mahmood, Mr. Muniz Iqbal, Abdul Azim, Saddam Hussain, and Mufadil Murtaza Zakir. The second paper presented today was Tapered Liner System for Zonal Isolation and Hydraulic Fracturing, an application in Keithar Ford Belt region. The paper was presented by PGNIJ Pakistan section. I would request Syed Asad Abid to please come on stage to receive the shield. Muhammad Azhar Hussain, Muhammad Umar Khalid, Muhammad Azim Sarwar. The third paper presented today was application of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, in exploration and production sector of Pakistan. Paper was presented by Pakistan Petroleum Limited. I will request Mr. Muhammad Numan Khan to please come over to collect the shield. Salman Hamid, Muhammad Asim Mushtaq. The last paper presented for the session 1 of day 1 was enhancing the wellbore integrity for full subjective to fracturing, improving Siemens shield flexibility and ensuring long-term cost-effective well integrity, a case study. Paper was presented by Sprint. I will request Syed Sharjeel Ahmed to please come on stage to receive the shield. Syed Hamza Ahmed, Samir Mustafa Noor, Irfan Nazir and Ramiz Anwar. Now I will request Mr. Imran Qureshi to please come on stage.
स्टेज पे बुलाएं, सेशन चेयर को चेयर की स्टेज पे भी बुलाएं।
We will request Dr. Jadoon to present shields to the session chair and co-chair. Thank you, Sharik Saab. Thank you, Mia Akram Saab. So this concludes our session, and we very, very quickly move on to the next session. We have a small session, which is how to attract investment in E&P sector, key steps and best practices. I would like to introduce David Barrowman. He is the Vice President, Global Head of Fiscal Consulting with Woodmac. He has over 40 years in industry, specializing in fiscal advisory, licensing rounds, and investment support. He advises governments, companies, and industry associations across the globe. He's a fellow Institute of Chartered Accountants and Chartered Tax Advisor. Jurisdictions benefiting from his consultation include Alaska, Algeria, Australia, Bangladesh, Canada, Colombia, Greenland, Indonesia, Ireland, Kazakhstan, Lebanon, Qatar, South Africa, UK, and Uzbekistan. So as we are running a little late, I've tried to make it very quick, and I would like to call David to take over the stage. No, just tell them to go to the next slide.
Ah, okay. Fine.
Somebody over there is sitting very attentive.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's a
pleasure to be here speaking to you today. As was mentioned, I'm David Barrowman. I work for Wood Mackenzie. And what I want to do is really to discuss with you about the things that governments need to think about when they're trying to attract inward investment. And this, whilst this is certainly an issue for Pakistan, I think some of the things that I'll say today relate more broadly across governments. Next slide, please. I just wanted to spend a minute explaining Wood Mackenzie. I think quite a few of you may have heard of Wood Mackenzie and have worked with us before, but I just want to explain. Wood Mackenzie is a leading consulting firm. We focus very much on energy and natural resources. We've got a large number of clients across the globe, and we deal with oil companies, we deal with majors, independents. We also deal with national oil companies, governments, and financial institutions as well. And what that does is it provides us with an understanding of what different parties are looking for. We understand what industry wants, and we also understand what government needs. I think if we can go on to the next slide, please. The Energy Minister in his talk this morning discussed the issue of energy transition, and I mean it certainly is the primary challenge facing the upstream oil and gas industry today. I mean it's not just relevant clearly for upstream oil and gas, it's relevant for all of us, regardless of whether we're in the industry or not. What the chart here shows, on the left-hand side we've got oil demand, and the right-hand side we've got gas demand, and we show it from 2000 up to 2050. And what we're able to do using WoodMac research databases is to have a look at the range of uncertainty on demand for these two products. And on the oil demand side, you can see there is a lower line, and the lower line is based on the Paris Accord, the 1.5 degree increase in temperature. And it shows quite a steep decrease. I think, unfortunately, there is a realization amongst most people, and certainly the scientists as well, that have said that it's unlikely that we'll manage to keep the rise in temperature to 1.5 degrees. So the upper part of the range of uncertainty shows what the situation's likely to be if we manage to limit the increase in temperature to 2.5 degrees. So there's a pretty broad range of oil demand outlooks, and clearly oil demand is going to drive oil supply, and this is going to have an effect on what needs to be produced. Certainly we can see oil falling, but under the 2.5 degree one at a much slower rate than the 1.5 degree case. If we look at gas demand, we've got similar lines, 1.5 and 2.5 degrees. The fall in gas demand is much less than it is for oil demand. The reason being is that gas is very much seen as a transition fuel. It's replaced, in some cases, coal, and certainly longer term, we'll see gas replacing oil in part as well. The reason for this is that the carbon intensity of gas is much less than that for oil, for a similar energy volume. I think just to make another point about the energy transition is really to think about what companies are doing. And we've seen over the last several weeks and months some interesting approaches being made by the industry. We saw in the last 2 to 3 weeks Exxon and Chevron making $60 billion purchases. And they purchased Pioneer Natural Resources, Exxon did, and Chevron purchased Hess. And I think they are signaling that really upstream is not going to end anytime soon by making those acquisitions. We've also seen BP and Shell announcing that they are slowing the commitments they made to energy transition, certainly in the short to medium term. So again, we're seeing the energy industry recognizing that we will need fossil fuels for a significant time to come. I think the death of upstream oil and gas has probably been slightly exaggerated, although we will start to see a decline probably from 2030. Next slide, please. And if you hit again. What we're showing, sorry, just stop here, thanks. What we're showing is here, just wanted to think about what the key issues for the international oil industry is. And I've divided the, what the key areas are really into two categories. One is what governments cannot control, and the other is what they can control. And I think one of the key things that governments cannot control is what's in the rocks. What does a subsurface hold? If there is no resource down there, then really there's no chance of developing an oil and gas industry. However, what governments can do is they have tools and levers to encourage the industry to come along, to explore, to determine whether there are commercial subsurface reserves. If you could move on, please, and then just hit it once, please. Thank you. So if we think about what governments can control, governments can certainly play an important role, as I mentioned, in helping companies understand the potential of an area. And I think we heard that, very interestingly from Mr. Al Marzouki this morning, who mentioned what ADNOC had done, spending $2 billion really to encourage the industry to come in. Now, clearly not every government has $2 billion to spend, but there are other things that they are able to do. I mean, there was another example where Nova Scotia, one of the Atlantic provinces in Canada, spent several $1 million having a play fairy analysis done really to work out what had happened in the subsurface over tens of millions of years. I think in terms of what governments can do, they can do studies, they can help in studies being done. They can also do things like share existing data to ensure that companies have all of the available information that will help them make decisions. And I think one of the things that is important is really giving companies information means that they can make informed decisions. If you can hit this one more. Thank you. Companies, when they're making decisions, they need to feel confident that they are going to achieve their target returns. And, for example, this may be economic threshold, so it may be what's the internal rate of return that they can achieve from a given opportunity. It may be something like payback, because it certainly is important for the industry to get its money back early. It doesn't want to be sitting there taking 10, 15 years to get its money back. If you could hit the button one more time, please. One thing as well about fiscal regime is it should not deter investment. We do see around the world quite a number of jurisdictions where if you look at the returns being made before the government takes its share in the form of taxes, profit share, that these are commercially viable projects, but after the government takes its share, then they're unprofitable. And certainly fiscal regimes should be taking a share of the upside, but they should not be turning otherwise profitable projects into unprofitable ones. And if you just hit the button one more time, please. Another key issue that needs to be considered and this really applies in jurisdictions across the globe, is the regulatory environment. And sometimes we see countries with great fiscal terms, but the challenge they have is the regulatory environment. And I think there's always going to be challenges in having the perfect regulatory environment, but it should be straightforward. It should be as simple as possible. It should be transparent so investors can understand what they're facing, and it should be efficiently managed. And that will allow, quick decisions to be made. So there are a number of things that the governments can control to encourage inward investment. Next slide, please. What I wanted to do, I mean, there was an interesting comment made by the Energy Minister this morning who was talking about the reduction in exploration that had taken place in the last few years in Pakistan. These slides here really show that Pakistan is not alone in having the exploration, the amount of exploration activity reduced. On the charts, on the left-hand chart, what we show is the amount spent from 2013 to 2022 in terms of exploration budget, and that's on the bars. I will skip over what is on the lines and just focus what's on the bars. So the exploration spend on the left-hand chart is the cash value. On the right-hand chart, we can see the number of wells that have been drilled. It's apparent from both charts that there's been quite a significant drop from 2014. And if we think back, oil prices 2013, early 2014, over $100 a barrel. Everyone is confident they're going to remain at that level. And then from mid-2014, they started moving down and collapsed. And that led to an initial reduction in the level of exploration activity. However, the level of exploration activity has remained low. And in part, this is due to companies not really reinvesting so much in the upstream, that they are being companies are being rewarded by their shareholders by doing things such as having share buybacks and increasing their dividends. So there are other drivers at play. What we're expecting to see is exploration isn't dead. We're expecting to see a bit of an uptick. And anecdotal evidence suggests that in 2024, we're probably going to see a rise of about 15% in cash terms, which if one knocks off about 5% for inflation, it's probably going to mean about a 10% real spend. If you could just go on to the next slide, please. Another issue that we looked at is the amount of license rounds. And really, the issue is, as Pakistan, you're clearly not alone. There are a lot of other jurisdictions having license rounds as well. You can see that the number of rounds was low, peaked pre-pandemic, and then has dropped back quite a bit. The areas where rounds are being made do tend to change through time. But I think if one thinks about really what oil and gas companies are looking to do, they're very much looking to high-grade their portfolio. They want to get rid of unprofitable projects. They're also focusing on projects with high carbon intensity. And you can certainly see companies trying to get rid of those, because what they want to really have is a leaner, cleaner portfolio, and they want to get rid of non-core and disadvantaged opportunities. As I mentioned before, especially on oil assets, they're looking for rapid payback. And there's a lot of uncertainty if you're an oil company in what the returns might be, what might happen to the price. So they want to get their money back as quickly as possible. On gas developments, it's much harder. Revenues tend to be spread out over a longer time. And really, for gas developments to be attractive to the bigger players, they need to be either of such a size that you can produce LNG, and you're talking about a few TCF of gas that you need to have for that to happen, or somewhere where they're going to make adequate returns from the local market based upon what the gas pricing structure is. And then just finally on this slide, given the increased energy transition focus, there's also another driver for getting your returns quickly that you don't, I mean, if you think about the timing, if I'm a company, I go into a license round tomorrow and I'm going to go and drill, unless it's something that is outstanding, say like Guyana and possibly Namibia, it may take several years before I make a decision to develop. It may take a few more years to develop the asset. So it could be 10 years on, at which point the energy transition may be sort of in full flow. So what companies will be doing, again, is really wanting to get their money back pretty quickly, driven by energy transition concerns. And then just the final slide that I have, if we could just move onto that, please. Don't worry, I'm not going to discuss all these aspects. It's really just to highlight what is going on in the world in terms of fiscal discussions. And the bottom line is there's a lot going on. This is really just what's been going on in 2023. Some are concluded, some are still ongoing. If we go back a year or two as well, there's been a lot more discussions. And I think the key trends from that are that we've seen, certainly in Europe, there's been a lot of windfall taxes due to the price spike caused last year by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So on the one hand, industry has been taking some of the upside. On the other hand, we're seeing with more marginal developments, money being given back to the industry to encourage some of these types of developments, less profitable developments. And also we see on the energy transition side, with regard to carbon capture spending, that they are starting to be allowed for relief in the spend anyway, is being allowed for relief in upstream PSCs. I've really just got sort of one or two final points to make. And the first one is, I think you all know it, it's a competitive world out there. There's a lot of other governments looking to entice investment from oil and gas players. Companies have a lot of choice, but they don't have unlimited funds or unlimited resources. So they're going to be high grading where they go to. What governments need to do really is to differentiate themselves. What makes Pakistan attractive compared to other jurisdictions? Why is the international oil industry going to come here? And the one thing that governments do have, as we discussed already, is that they have several levers that they can use. And governments do need to consider what levers to use and how they use them. That concludes my talk. Thank you very much for staying. I know you've had to delay having lunch, so I'd just like to say thank you very much to everyone who remained. I don't know if you want to do questions or if everyone just wants to go and have lunch now. Okay, I mean, happy to, yes. There's one.
Thank you very much. It was a nice talk, an eye-opener for us all.
Thank you.
I would just like to have a very simple question. Do you have any kind of, do you rate the countries according to their investment environment, whereby you're comparing especially the government offerings that they have and how good is an investment compared to a country X versus country Y? Do you have any kind of studies that go around with that?
Yes, I mean, these sort of studies are very much the cornerstone of what Wood Mackenzie does. We've got a lot of analysis on our research side that we produce and sell to the industry. And we analyze pretty much all the main producing assets, upstream assets, worldwide. So we can use that database to do comparisons. But specifically to answer your question, what we do have is we've got fiscal research analysis, and within that, what we can do is compare the returns that investors make and governments make between each other. We use model fields, and then we'll run those model fields, and we can show how different regimes compare. And in terms of the regulatory environment, it's certainly something that we've done often on one-off consulting projects for government. So certainly we do have a huge amount of that information. Yes?
Hi, thank you. Wood Mackenzie covers a lot of exploration bid rounds, and just wanted to check with you if you can share one or two key reasons for a success or a failure of an exploration bid round. Because we have seen quite a few in Middle East, in North America, in other places, South America. So what were the key reasons in your view that contributed to the success and likewise to the failure of an exploration bid round?
Yeah, that's quite a challenging question, but I will do my best to respond. I suppose there's really two issues, and the one issue that I highlighted earlier is what's in the rocks. And it's very much what's the perception of what's in the rocks. And you know, we see you know, some countries or some parts of the world that are only now starting to come forward, that you know, companies didn't really bother about them before, but sometimes what you need is maybe a major just to, you know, sometimes these majors will drill 5 or 6 wells that don't really have any sound economic basis, but they'll just do it just to see if they can find anything. So you've got that. You need to, certainly the companies need to have confidence that there may be something there generally. But I think the other thing is really ease of doing business and what information is getting provided. I think it's things like, you know, has, you know, seismic been drilled in the area? Is it well understood? And what type of seismic? Are we talking 2D, 3D, or what? So this kind of goes back to the other point of having the data, having the information. So each license round is going to be unique, but I think there will be things, and I think it's part perception, part information, and then companies will still look at the economics and think, you know, are we going to make money here? So I don't think there's one killer answer to it. There's a lot of things feed into that. Okay? Okay. Thank you.
So thank you very much, David, for a very good session. This concludes our session for now. We have one session, a student session, finishing in about 7-8 minutes. So lunch will be served after 10 minutes. Thank you very much for being a very, very good audience. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So we are resuming our sessions after lunch break. We have a special plenary session by Dr. Saeed Khan Jadoon on energy. So I would like to invite Dr. Saeed Jadoon, who requires no introduction, to the stage. He is going to present his thoughts on energy sector. Dr. Saab.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मैं सोच रहा था कि लोग खाने के आधे घंटे बाद आएंगे, लेकिन बहुत जल्दी आ गए वैसे, माशाल्लाह जी। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। Thank you very much, Imran and SP and ATC management to give us this opportunity to explain something very little but has a very major impact in our industry. And we like to move step by step, slowly but steadily. So the concept of this Petroleum Club of Pakistan as a think tank was originated long time back, but we wanted to have a little bit formal thing so that people can understand the issues in Pakistan with respect to energy and what is our job, what we should be doing it. So Petroleum Club of Pakistan as a think tank for the energy sector. Next please. So what is the think tank? Everybody know what is the think tank. All over the world people are using think tank for their policy formulation, for their solution of their problems. Unfortunately, we have too many tanks but little thinking. There's no deficiency of tanks, but there's a lot of deficiency of thinking. So in that relation, we kept it as a think tank so that people can discuss, debate, share their ideas, experience, their knowledge, so that for the future point of view, we should be devising a way forward how to do it. So think tank usually works for companies, organizations, institutions, and for every country. All over the world, people have really great think tanks for their future strategy and things like that. Next, please. So this think tank, Petroleum Club, was founded in 2011 initially. At that time, we were thinking that a lot of students have a problem with their placement, with their internship, their training. At that time, we formulated so that we can help young students, young engineers, geoscientists for the internship and training, because 2011, there was very less attraction from the company for the students coming from very remote areas. So, but originally, laterly, that become we were providing another social networking for the professional experts and leader of the energy sector of Pakistan with diverse background and expertise to focus on a single goal of exploring and developing indigenous resources to make Pakistan self-reliant. So that it originated into this form, but now it become not only a petroleum industry club, it become an energy club. So we will telling you what we are doing next please. Again, but it was reactivated in 2019. So I'm the president of this club and Tahir is the general secretary. This is our team. Next, please. Tahir is the main person basically who is working really day and night to work for this coordination and helping us. And these are the advisory committee we got here. Next, please. And this is the downstream and different group of people are our advisory group. Next, please. What is our way and what we wanted to have this one? We wanted to have Pakistan a leading country in the energy sector. That is always we have this slogan of how to make Pakistan to energy sector. And our values. This is the only difference I believe with respect to the other think tanks. We believe our people are real values. We have to invest on our people. We have to encourage our people. We have to motivate our people. We have to really guide our people to make their destiny. And that is really missing in Pakistan. Worker has no issue. We have a lot of good worker in Pakistan. The only issue is the leadership. अब यकीन जाने कि फुकदान है, कहाँ आता है leadership का? Worker की कोई कमी नहीं है. Workers are there to sacrifice their blood for you, for the country, for the company. But only the leadership is lacking. That is why every institute is suffering, unfortunately, because of the leader. بدقسمتی یہ ہے کہ جو لیڈر اس وقت ہوتا ہے وہ کہتا ہے دنیا کا بہترین کام تو میں ہی کر رہا ہوں, اس کو ریئلائزیشن نہیں ہوتی کہ یار وٹ آئی ایم لوزنگ. جیسے ریزروائر مینجمنٹ میں جب ہم ریزروائر مینجمنٹ کر رہے ہوتے ہیں تو وی تھنک وی آر ڈوئنگ ون آف بیسٹ ریزروائر مینجمنٹ. آفٹر 20 ایئر پتہ چلتا ہے یار کیا فضول کام ہم کرتے رہے, اس کو ایسا کرنا چاہیے تھا. وی شوڈ بی ڈوئنگ ان دیٹ وے, وی شوڈ بی ہیونگ اے بیٹر ریزروائر ریکوری. People are a major area. Research and technology, we wanted and we like to promote our local research and entrepreneurial excellence in relevant field by opting advanced technology. We are, taking steps. We are talking to the universities. We are helping students. We are supervising students. We are, requesting people to do their research. Today, I even met with my colleague from Mehran University, and I told him, please give us some project. Do think about the research. We are here to help you, and whatever we can do, we should be doing it. Next, please. Our mission statement is the strengthening professionals of the energy sector of Pakistan through power of networking. I believe this power of networking is a big asset. It is really the best way to collect people, to gather people. And as COVID mein to bahut kuch sikha diya कि this is really a great power to unite people. Next, please. اب ایمز اینڈ آبجیکٹو کیا ہے؟ ٹو پرووائڈ اٹ از اے نان پروفٹ پلیٹ فارم فار انرجی پروفیشنل آف پاکستان اینڈ لیڈرز اراؤنڈ دی ورلڈ ٹو کولیبریٹ ٹو اچیو آور ویژن, ٹو پٹ ان پلیس افیکٹو سسٹم فار ڈیولپنگ کمپیٹنسی ان ٹیکنیکل اسکلز ان یوٹیلائزنگ ٹیکنالوجی, پرووائڈ اے اپرچونیٹی ٹو آئیڈینٹیفائی اینڈ پرائورٹائز دی کریٹیکل ایشوز اینڈ سملرلی اسسٹ گورنمنٹ باڈیز. سو ہم ان میں سے 2 کام جو بڑا اچھا کر رہے ہیں انشاءاللہ, اینڈ آئی ول بی ٹیلنگ یو وٹ وی ور ڈوئنگ. نیکسٹ پلیز. Next, human resource development. One is the human resource development. What we wanted to do is the human resource which has been developed to make them more useful, to make them more professional, to make them more active, to make them more proactive so that they can do their jobs. And through seminar, workshops and courses, we are doing like this. Next, please. So this is just, I'm giving you only 3 slides about energy. Why we think we need a think tank in energy sector. Allah has blessed us with a lot of resources. یہ بات کہنے کی نہیں ہے کہ ہر آدمی یہی اٹھ کے کہتا ہے جی ہمارے پاس بڑے ریسورسز ہیں. واقعی ریسورسز ہیں. ہمارا نقصان کیا ہے؟ وی آر مس مینیجنگ اوور ریسورسز. وی آر ناٹ مینیجنگ اوور ریسورسز with best quality, with best practices and in best way. Oil and gas started in Pakistan in 1866 اور امریکہ میں 1859 کو پہلا ویل ڈرل ہوا تھا. تو وی ہیو اے مور دین 100 year old انڈسٹری آف دس. اور یہ پٹھوار میں ہوا, میاں والی میں پہلا ویل ہمارا ڈرل ہوا تھا 1866 میں کندل کے مقام پہ. We have a lot, all these resources: coal, hydro, solar, wind, nuclear, geothermal, coal bed, and energy from the waste. Unfortunately, we are not doing enough. But we should be doing. Otherwise, we are not importer of now fuel because we are not managing these resources. ایک یہ شعر ہے, یہ میں کافی عرصے سے یہ شعر پڑھ رہا ہوں, یہ بڑا امپارٹنٹ شعر ہے, میرے دل کے بڑے قریب ہے. شوق کمال بھی نہیں اور خوف زوال بھی نہیں ہے. نہ ترقی کرنے کا شوق ہے, نہ گرنے کا فکر ہے. گر گئے تو تب بھی کوئی گل نہیں, اور ترقی کر گئے تب بھی کوئی گل نہیں. مطلب وی ڈونٹ ہیو اینی فیلنگ. وی فیل اوکے یار چڑھ گئے تو ٹھیک ہے, گر گئے تب بھی ٹھیک ہے. تو ہم ایک اس کو میں پازیٹیو دیکھتا ہوں کہ ایک ریزیلینٹ قوم ہے جو چڑھنا بھی نہیں چاہتی اور گرنا بھی نہیں ہے. گرنا بھی چاہتی, اس کو گرنے کا بھی ڈر نہیں ہے اور چڑھنے کا شوق نہیں ہے. تو خدا کے لیے کیپ یور ٹریک اپ, اپنے آپ کو آگے کریں, اپنے آپ کو موو کریں, اپنے آپ کو انکریزنگ ٹرینڈ پہ جائیں. اور زوال کا ہمیں اندیشہ ہونا چاہیے. آج پاکستان کے اندر جو زوال ہم نظر آ رہا ہے وہ بیکاز آف دس ریزن ہے کہ ہمیں کمال کا شوق بھی نہیں ہے کہ وائی وی آر ناٹ موونگ اپ, وائی وی آر ناٹ موونگ پازیٹیولی, وائی وی آر ناٹ ڈوئنگ ہارڈ ورک, وائی وی آر کین ناٹ مینیج آور ریسورسز. ایوری تھنگ از ہیئر. وہ کہتے ہیں نا, 1000 foolish can do differential equation, why you cannot do it. ایک میتھمیٹکس کی بک میں پہلے پیج پہ لکھا ہوا تھا, جے تھامسن کی بک ہے, کیلکولیس میڈ ایزی. اس نے کہا کہ if 1000 foolish can do differential equation, why you cannot do it. if 1000 foolish can do ترقی, why we cannot do it. یار ہم کیوں نہیں کر سکتے, لیکن ہمیں شوق کمال بھی نہیں. نیکسٹ پلیز. This is just a historical condition we are producing, what we are producing. آپ یقین جانے انڈیجنس آئل ہم 15% 1866 کا ویل ہے, اور 2023 میں 1 سینچری کے بعد بھی ہم 15% پروڈیوس کر رہے ہیں اپنا آئل, اینڈ اونلی 40% کے قریب ہم گیس کر رہے ہیں. اب یہ جو سرخ نظر آ رہے ہیں LNG, that became a killer for this nation. If we will not produce enough, if we will not do more exploration, if we will not develop the field, we will suffer than anybody else. Because LNG import is really a killing feature. But what to do? We have to improve our resources. Next, please. ये हमारी स्टोरी है कि इस वक्त लास्ट ईयर में हमें कितनी एनर्जी चाहिए थी. ऑयल एंड गैस 68% इंडिजिनस सप्लाई जो है ऑयल एंड गैस 68% कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है एनर्जी में. और ये जो लोग सुबह भी बात हो रही ट्रांजिशन की, मैंने एक स्लाइड भूल गया. EIA की जो स्लाइड है उसने कहा कि 2070 में भी 60% के करीब ऑयल की ज़रूरत होगी एंड गैस की जो एनर्जी सेक्टर को पूरा करेगी. सो वी हैव 100 more year इन पाकिस्तान टू गो फॉर फ्री ऑफ फॉसल फ्री. और इम्पोर्ट सप्लाई हमारी 55% है. सो व्हाट इज़ बिगेस्ट चैलेंज इज़ हाउ टू रिड्यूस दिस इम्पोर्ट. ये हम सबका चैलेंज है. एवरीबॉडी हैज़ टू प्ले हिज रोल. नेक्स्ट प्लीज़. अब हम व्हाट वी शुड बी डूइंग. जब हमने ये थिंक टैंक बना रहे थे तो हमें क्या सोचना चाहिए. पहला क्या है, सिट वॉच एंड सफ़र. ठीक है, जो हो रहा है अल्लाह की तरफ से हो रहा है, लेट्स सिट वॉच एंड सफ़र. दूसरा है कि लीव दिस कंट्री एंड आउट. बहुत से लोग हमारे अक्सर पढ़ लिखे ये कहते हैं जी छड्डो जी इस कंट्री नू, अब चलिए यहाँ पे रहने की जगह नहीं है. ऐसी बात नहीं है. दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द बेस्ट कंट्री. और थर्ड तरीका है कि लोग राइटिंग शुरू करते हैं अपने मीडिया में. और चौथी ऑप्शन है इनिशिएट समथिंग यू कैन डू. Initiate something, agitate something positive for this country, for industry, for yourself, for the university, for the students, for the people. Let's start something and we opted this one. जब हमने ये ऑप्ट किया, आप यकीन जाने पाकिस्तान के लोग खूबसूरत लोग हैं. और जब हम when we approach to the people internationally and internationally, आप यकीन जाने they are overwhelmed. उन्होंने कहा we are here to support your idea. Just make it please tomorrow, now. We are with you. Make this as a think tank. We should be utilizing it properly. और लोग हम यहाँ सेमिनार करते हैं. अमेरिका में 3 बजे का टाइम होता है. पीपल आर सिटिंग देयर. कोई कहता है जी मैं ताजद पढ़ के बैठा हूँ, कोई कहता है मैं सुबह की नमाज के लिए इंतजार करूँ. इतना ये लोगों के अंदर जज्बा है. और हमारे यहाँ पाकिस्तान की इंडस्ट्री के लोग जब भी हमने किसी की बात किया यार लेट्स डिस्कस एंड डिबेट, एवरीबडी वाज देयर. तो मुझे यकीन है कि ये हमारी गलती है, लीडर की गलती है कि वी कैन नॉट कलेक्ट आवर पीपल, वी कैन नॉट ब्रिंग आवर पीपल ऑन द सेम प्लेटफॉर्म. दैट इज़ वाई एवरीबडी से यार जी कुछ नहीं हो रहा जी, कोई गल नहीं जी, खैर है जी, होने दो जी, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. वो क्यों नहीं कर सकते? यस यू कैन डू इट. उसके बाद व्हाट वी डिड, वी ब्रॉट टुगेदर ऑल द पीपल, वाइज पीपल, एक्सपर्ट, इंडस्ट्री के लोग, लीगल. तो सब लोगों ने हमें लब्बैक का वो हमारे पास जमा हो गए. नेक्स्ट. और फिर सबसे पहला काम हमने क्या किया कि हमने पॉलिसी पे काम करने को शुरू किया. अब ये नेक्स्ट प्लीज़. ये बेसिकली पेट्रोलियम क्लब ऑफ पाकिस्तान के 6 थिंक टैंक हमने बना दिए हैं. इसमें सबसे पहला कि देयर 6 डिफरेंट थिंक टैंक्स हैं. ईच थिंक टैंक है कंप्राइज ऑफ 100 to 250 प्रोफेशनल हैं. और ख़ूबसूरत बात यह है कि हम 5 सालों से चला रहे हैं विदाउट हैविंग एनी ट्रेजरर, विदाउट हैविंग एनी मनी इन आवर बैंक, विदाउट इन्वेस्टिंग एनी मनी. सब अपना टाइम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, लोगों को जमा कर रहे हैं एंड पीपल आर डूइंग देयर जॉब. इस वक्त हमारे पास तकरीबन 500 के करीब इंटेलेक्चुअल मौजूद हैं, जियो साइंटिस्ट, इंजीनियर, लॉ, लीगल, एवरीबडी. और मैं सो हैप्पी हूँ कि एवरीबडी इज़ कंट्रीब्यूटिंग इन देयर एक्सपर्टीज वे. टेक्निकल प्रोफेशनल है. और इस हमारे ग्रुप में मिनिस्टर्स हैं, सेक्रेटरीज हैं, ऑयल कंपनी के लोग हैं, ऑयल कंपनी एग्जेक्टिव्स हैं, लीडर ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, लीडर ऑफ द कंपनीज हैं, मिनिस्टर से लेकर इवन बल्कि हाईएस्ट पोजीशन के लोग भी हमारे पास मौजूद हैं फ्रॉम एवरीवेयर. सो दैट इज़ वाई जब मैं लोगों के कमेंट्स पढ़ता हूँ, मैं क्योंकि आई एम मैनेजिंग इट, मेरा तार कोलीग मैनेज कर रहा होता है, तो हमें खुशी होती है कि 1 बजे भी, रात को 12 बजे शायद जैदी साहब मैसेज कर रहे हो, ही इज़ लुकिंग एट आवर थिंग्स एंड ही इज़ रिस्पॉन्डिंग अस. सो दिस इज़ समथिंग गुड. उसके बाद कोल पेट्रोलियम एक्सप्लोरेशन, मिनरल रिसोर्सेज, कोल टेक्नोलॉजी, LNG मैनेजमेंट, पावर एंड UFG, इन सब पे हमने डिबेट किए हैं, सेमिनार किए हैं, वेबिनार किए हैं. और पूरी एक छोटी सी रिपोर्ट बना के मैंने गवर्नमेंट को भी दी है कि ये थिंक टैंक है, ये लोग, एंड गवर्नमेंट आस का सुनाओ कि आप हमें बताएं. तो ये एक अच्छी बात है कि गवर्नमेंट रियलाइज कि वी नीड ए थिंक टैंक एंड नाउ दे आर रियलाइजिंग कि वी पीपल हु आर डूइंग ए वॉलंटरी जॉब फॉर द गवर्नमेंट, दे आर इनकरेजिंग अस, दे आस्क अस टू प्लीज़ गिव योर कमेंट्स. अभी रिसेंटली जो सुबह जो टाइट गैस की पॉलिसी हुई थी वो हम इस क्लब से ही मांगा गया अपनी राय. اور 2011 میں بھی خوش قسمت ہوں کہ 2011 میں ٹائٹ گلیج پالیسی میں نے بنائی تھی اور اب اس کو امینڈمنٹ میں ہی کر رہا ہوں اپنے گروپ لوگوں کے ساتھ مل کے. تو یہ ایک اچھی چیز ہے, پیپل ریئلائزنگ اٹ. اس کے بعد ہم نے منرل ریسورس پہ بھی ویبینار کیے ہیں. اٹس ریئلی اے گریٹ ویلتھ وی ہیو. لیکن ظلم ہے, میں ایک اور آج کل ایک کام ہم کریں نیشنل اسکل ڈیولپمنٹ پروگرام کے تحت منرلس کے اوپر بڑا زور ہے. پاکستان میں منرل ریسورسز اتنے زیادہ ہیں, آئل اینڈ گیس کے مقابلے میں تو بہت زیادہ ہے, لیکن وی کین ناٹ پرووائڈ ایکسپرٹ مین پاور ٹو دی ایکسپلوریشن کمپنی آف دی منرل. یہ کمال ہے. باہر سے لوگ آتے ہیں کہتے ہیں ہمیں کوئی ایکسپرٹ تو مائننگ کا, ہمارے پاس مائننگ ایکسپرٹ کوئی نہیں ہے. باہر سے کوئی کہتے ہیں بھائی پورے, میں مختلف صوبوں میں بات کر رہا ہوں ان کے ہیڈ سے, منرل پالشنگ, منرل کٹنگ یہ کوئی ہے ہی نہیں ہے, ٹرین ہی لوگ نہیں ہے. مائننگ کے لوگ کو ٹرین نہیں ہے. مائننگ کیونکہ اگنورڈ سبجیکٹ رہا ہے اور اس لیے وہ لوگ ڈیولپ, ابھی ہم ایک پروگرام بن رہے ہیں کہ ان لوگوں کو ڈیولپ کیا جائے. اسی طرح کول ٹیکنالوجی کو اللہ ہیز بلیسڈ پاکستان ود ون آف دی ہائیسٹ نمبر آف کول, 185 بلین ٹن. لیکن آج 70 سال ہو گئے ہیں, اب کوئی پاور شاور جنریٹ کر رہے ہیں, لیکن انفارچونیٹلی وی آر ناٹ ڈوئنگ انف ٹو ہارنس دس ریسورس. اس پہ ہم نے کام کیا ہے. سی بی ایم پہ اس میں ایک اور چیز رہ گئی, سی بی ایم پہ ہم نے کام کیا ہے. اس پہ انشاءاللہ مزید کام کی ریکمنڈیشن جا رہی ہیں. LNG مینجمنٹ از another big challenge for Pakistan. Neither we can predict, neither we can forecast, neither we can buy properly. تو ہم ہر وقت سفرنگ موڈ میں رہتے ہیں, ریئیکٹیو موڈ میں رہتے ہیں. تو کوئی ایسا ادارہ نہیں ہم میں سے کہ جو ہمیں ہماری پریڈکشن کر سکے کہ نیکسٹ 6 منتھ میں کیا ہوگا یا 8 منتھ میں. اس لیے ہمارے LNG کے اوپر مسائل بنے رہتے ہیں. پاور از another biggest problem and UFG unaccounted for gas. پاکستان میں ہر سال تقریباً $600 ملین کے قریب تقریباً گیس ان اکاؤنٹڈ ہے. مطلب ایوری بڈی نوز, یہ نہیں کہ چھپی چیز ہے. پائپ جا رہے ہیں بھائی, پائپ سے گیس لیک ہو رہی ہے, کسی کو کیوں نہیں پتا کہ پائپ کہاں لیک ہو رہا ہے. اینی وے نیکسٹ پلیز. اب ہم نے ان ساری چیزوں پہ ڈیبیٹ کیا. 2012 کی LNG کی ساری چیزوں پہ ڈیبیٹڈ, اور ہم نے 2 پالیسیز بنا کے گورنمنٹ کو دیے ہیں. پیٹرولیم پالیسی 2012 کی ریفارم دی ہے اور ٹائٹ گیس کی پالیسی دی ہے. اس طرح ڈی ریگولیشن آف پیٹرولیم پروڈکٹس از another big issue in پاکستان. ہر وقت گورنمنٹ مسائل میں رہتی ہے, تیل کی قیمت بڑھائیں یا کم رکھیں, بڑھائیں یا کم رکھیں. بھائی یہ گورنمنٹ کی جاب نہیں ہے یار. لیٹ پیپل ٹو ڈیسائڈ, لیٹ دی مارکیٹ ڈیسائڈ کہاں پہ کیا جائے. پوری دنیا اگر تیل بیچ رہی ہے اور کھا رہی ہے تو ہم کیوں ایسا کر رہے ہیں. اسی طرح کول کے اوپر یہ ساری چیزوں پہ ہم نے ڈیبیٹ کیے ہیں, ڈاکومنٹ کر کے گورنمنٹ کو دیے ہیں. نیکسٹ. اب ایک اور جو بہت اچھا کام یہ کر رہا ہے, جو اس وقت ون آف دی بیسٹ ورک یہ کلب ہمارا کر رہا ہے, کہ ڈیلی پوری دنیا سے پاکستان کی نیوز, آئل, گیس, تمام انرجی کمپوننٹ کے LNG, LPG, کول, پاور کی ہر روز کی نیوز جو ہے نا ایوری باڈی از گیٹنگ, اور اس کے ساتھ کاسٹ بھی بتائی جا رہی ہے, اور ڈیلی انٹرنیشنل نیوز بھی ریلیٹڈ آ رہی ہے. اور یہ ایک بڑا اچھا کام ہے جو مجھے بڑا پسند ہے. لوگ اس کو یوز کرتے ہیں. ایوری ڈے یو ول بی گیٹنگ دس انفارمیشن آن یور ٹیبل, اور یہ کمپلیٹ والنٹری. نیکسٹ جی. یہ نیوز لیٹر ہے جو ہم پبلش کرتے ہیں اس میں. نیکسٹ جی. یہ میری ریکمنڈیشن ہے. دس از دی اونلی ریکمنڈیشن آئی ہیو ٹو یو اینڈ آئی ریکویسٹ یو. جیسے افراز نے کہا تھا نا, شکوائے ظلمت شب سے کہیں بہتر تھا اپنے حصے کی کوئی شمع جلاتے جاتے. اس کی وہ جانے اسے پاس وفاق تھا کہ نہ تھا, تم فراز اپنی طرف سے تو نبھاتے جاتے. بس آپ سے گزارش ہے آپ اپنی طرف سے نبھائیں, اپنے حصے کا چراغ جلائیں. انشاءاللہ اٹ ول موو. پاکستان کو اللہ پاک ہمیشہ قائم رکھے گا اگر ہم یہ شمع جلاتے رہیں گے. بس ہمارا یہی کام ہے, یہ کام ہے بس, only شمع جلانا. We don't have a solution of your problem, but we like to light this candle in the dark to see some light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much. بس جی, بہت شکریہ آپ سب لوگوں کا, آپ کے سننے کا. جس کو بھی کوئی چیز پوچھنی ہو, آئندہ ہمیں کنٹریبیوٹ کرنا ہو, we are here to serve you. Thank you very much. بہت شکریہ.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for a good session. We will be continuing the technical sessions, Raja.
So, after an energetic and thought-provoking topic being discussed by Sir, it's time to head on towards the session 2 for today. In this session, number of 3 papers will be presented. The companies presenting these papers would be Pakistan Petroleum Limited, Mari Petroleum Company Limited, and Weatherford. Mr. Zaid Ashraf would be heading on towards us as the chairman for today's session. He is currently working as a general manager, reservoir management and development for OGDCL. He holds a master's degree in petroleum engineering from UET Lahore. He has also been associated with oil and gas industry for the last 33 years. Prior to joining OGDCL, Mr. Zaid Ashraf has also served Pakistan Petroleum Engineering Department as lecturer from UET Lahore. He has also been associated with Directorate General Petroleum Concessions, Ministry of Energy. He holds a diverse experience of classical reservoir engineering, pressure transient analysis, artificial lift operations, enhanced oil recoveries, well interventions, reservoir simulation studies, and economic analysis. Mr. Zaid Ashraf, please join us on stage. Mr. Fawzan Iqbal will be joining us as a co-chair for this session. Mr. Fawzan Iqbal is leading United Energy Pakistan's technology initiative to sustain and develop its hydrocarbon portfolio. With his diverse experience in subsurface technical roles, including work at EDCO and BP, he is currently serving as the Senior Manager, Commercial Special Initiatives. He is responsible for the development of renewable energy, including geothermal energy and carbon capture and storage at United Energy Pakistan Limited. Fawzan Iqbal holds a master's degree in petroleum engineering from Harvard University, UK. He is also a graduate from UET Lahore. His experience encompasses various aspects of field development, reservoir management, technology projects, including Brightwater, integrated asset modeling, intelligent and smart completions, hydraulic fracturing, radial jet drilling, and gas well deliquifications. Mr. Fawzan Iqbal, please join us on stage. So the first paper to be presented in this session holds the title Unlocking Recovery Potential in Mature Clastic Oil Rim Reservoir Using an Integrated Reservoir Simulation Model, a case study in the Eastern Potwar Basin, Pakistan. Paper will be presented by Saad bin Akbar. He is working as the Senior Reservoir Engineer in the Reservoir Modeling Group of Pakistan Petroleum Limited. Mr. Saad bin Akbar, please join us on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for joining me today. I am Saad bin Abrar. I have been working at Pakistan Petroleum Limited as a senior reservoir engineer. It's my pleasure to present you our study on unlocking the recovery potential in a clastic oil rim reservoir using integrated reservoir simulation model, a case study of Eastern Potwar Basin of Pakistan. Before we go into the detail, let me give you the roadmap of what we will be exploring today. First, we will discuss the brief introduction of the field, then the standard workflow of model development, then some uncertainties related to petrophysics, geophysics, static modeling, and reservoir engineering. Finally, the results and conclusion of the study. The development of any oil and gas field is a dynamic journey that is filled both with challenges and opportunities. An illustrative example of this is the Sigma field that was discovered in 1970s in the Potwar Basin of Pakistan. And field has been in production since 1990s. The field comprises of two main sandstone reservoirs, X and Y formation, and both reservoirs are producing the similar rich gas condensate fluid. Field has three main compartments. This is the core compartment of the field. This is northeastern compartment, and this is the southeastern compartment of the field. In 2016, an appraisal well was drilled in this southeastern compartment, which led to the discovery of oil rim in the field. So our objective was to unlock the recovery potential of this oil rim. Before we move into the model development, I want to highlight some key challenges that we had during this study. Fluid contacts, or none of the sigma well encountered the free water level, and the gas oil contact is also uncertain in the field. The first well that was drilled in the southeastern compartment encountered the significant reservoir depletion. So which means that the PVT properties that we had was not at the initial reservoir condition. Reservoir heterogeneity, we have experienced significant reservoir heterogeneity in this field. Even within few hundred meters, we have experienced the significant reservoir heterogeneity. As the field lies in the Potohar Basin, and this basin is very tectonically active, that's why the field has very complex faults and structural geometry. This is the standard workflow of development of any reservoir model that consists of several sequential steps, including data collection, conceptual modeling, grid construction, rock properties, fluid properties, initialization, simulation, history matching. All these steps is followed in all the integrated reservoir simulation model. However, in my presentation, I will only focus on this integration part, where each discipline collectively address the uncertainty and improve their understanding by incorporating the inputs from other disciplines. So in upcoming slides, we will discuss this integration part of our study. In petrophysical analysis, the purpose of this study is to determine the most influential parameters that are affecting porosity and water saturation. As we know that the porosity and water saturation are the key parameters in volume estimation. Using all the available log data, multi-control simulation analysis shows that these are the key parameters that are affecting our porosity and water saturation, that are cementing factor, clay volume cutoff, grain size distribution, and grain density, and the less of the parameters has had less impact on porosity and water saturation. As we have discussed that none of the well encountered the free water level. However, sigma 32, that was the deepest well in sigma field, experienced the water transition behavior. So saturation height modeling was done, and it revealed that the free water level that was previously assumed was 150 to 190 meters deeper. So this new information added the opportunity in oil rim development. As the Potohar Basin is tectonically very active and the structural geometry is very complex, the initial structural model was built with unstructured grading. However, this unstructured grading is not compatible with the previous generation simulator. So we had to explore other options, corner point grading and stair-step grading. Corner point grading is not compatible with low angle thrust sheets, and it's difficult to grade all three compartments in a single model. So this thing left us only one option, stair-step grading. That's what we use in our static modeling. However, the problem with stair-step grading is it generates stair instead of the fault plane that we have here. Because of this stair-step we had few challenges during our static modeling, like the faults that were closely spaced, the stair of those faults merged together, and stair of the faults that are close to the well introduce the unnecessary zone repetition, as you are seeing in this diagram. This is the unnecessary zone repetition near to the wells. So in order to address these challenges, we have adjusted shape of some of the faults and removed some minor faults from the static model. The initial realization of static modeling revealed that the static in-place volume in core department was significantly lower than the material balance estimates. Several realizations were performed on petrophysical properties distribution. However, all these things did not bridge the gap. So it was advised that to add the low confidence area of core compartment within the model. This thing resulted in increase in 3 to 4 square kilometer area in core compartment, and this thing addressed the discrepancy between static and material balance analysis. The pressure data of all three compartments wells showed that all three compartments are in pressure communication. However, the seismic data was not showing that there is no juxtaposition between northeast and core compartment, as you are seeing in this diagram. So the fault horizon were edited in a way to create the juxtaposition between northeast and core compartment. During our material balance analysis, we had two main challenges. One is, as you are seeing, that significant pressure is scattered in the pressure data, and the overpressure nature of the sigma field. So these two challenges reduce our confidence level in material balance analysis. However, it helps us to determine the range of our low and high in-place connected in-place volume. As we have discussed earlier, that the first well of the southeastern compartment experienced approximately 1000 psi pressure depletion, which means that the oil sample that we had was not at the initial reservoir condition. To address these challenges, we extrapolated the So this orange line is the observed PVT data, and this blue line is the correlation points. So as you are seeing that at higher reservoir pressure, both the correlation and actual data was following the same. So what we did, from the initial reservoir pressure till this point, we used the correlated PVT properties, and from this point to onward, we use the actual PVT data. As all compartments are in pressure communication, therefore single free water level and GOC was assumed throughout the field. The selection of gas oil contact was based on the performance of sigma 14X and sigma 14Y. As sigma 14X was producing light condensate of 52 API, and sigma 14Y was producing 38 API black oil. So due to the uncertainty in gas oil contact and free water level, as we have discussed earlier, that free water level was based on saturation height modeling. So both these parameters were taken as history match parameter. based on our history mesh model, we have developed the optimum field recovery plan. This plan had two main objectives. First objective was to reduce the uncertainty in free water level and appraise the field at further level. And the second objective was maximize the net present value of the field. So based on this plan, we have identified 5 potential infill appraisal well location in southeastern compartment. Sigma 5 was proposed as an appraisal well for free water level uncertainty to reduce the uncertainty in free water level. And Sigma 6, 7 and 9 were proposed between Sigma 3 and 5 to recover the remaining hydrocarbon volume in core compartment to maximize the NPV. And Sigma 8 was proposed as a step out well in northeastern compartment to appraise it further. 3 well locations were identified in northeastern compartment, but due to the limited production data in northeastern compartment, these wells were considered as high risk well, and the drilling of the other 2 wells were contingent to the success of the first northeastern well. So the conclusion of the study is, by integrated approach, we have successfully addressed the key challenges like complex geology, fluid contacts, reservoir behavior, and through this integration, we have improved our understanding of the reservoir performance and reduced the uncertainty in JIP estimation. And we use the stepwise approach for the development. This strategy ensures that the efficient reservoir management and in the meantime avoided the unnecessary risk. So my final word for this presentation is, due to the inherent uncertainty associated with the subsurface data, we required the integrated approach so that we can reduce the uncertainty in any field development. I would like to express my thanks to the management of PPL to support me in this study, and all my co-authors who work with me in this study, and the study leader to ensure his constant guide and support so that we can work as a single team. I am telling you, it was the most difficult part of the study.
Floor is open for questions. First question is from my side. What was your base case and optimized case?
So our base case recovery was 500 BCF and our optimized case recovery was 572 BCF.
On what basis you have selected the optimized case?
Optimized case, we have run several sensitivity analysis. We have run even water flooding cases, and all these things were performed. And based on the NPV analysis, we concluded that this is our optimum recovery case.
Okay, floor is open for questions.
Probably a more technology-driven question. You may have used something more innovative, but was there any artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms used in your study? Because the whole world is turning towards it, and I think that without those technologies, it's going to be increasingly difficult for us to hit useful oil.
Yeah, you have a very good question. We have. I couldn't show all my sensitivity analysis. We have run the artificial lift analysis, and I think some of the artificial analysis is being implemented based on this field development plan.
All right. So, any computer vision algorithms, or
No.
Okay.
Not.
So I think probably my advice as a technologist for your next rounds would be to incorporate that, because maybe used sort of unsupervised learning machine learning models, and I think that can be really instrumental for our oil and energy landscape in Pakistan. But thank you for that.
Thank you for your suggestion.
So may I please request for all the participants going for the questions, please introduce yourself, and if you could stay brief on your question. Thank you. Saad, last question from my side. So to overcome these uncertainties, the approach that you have taken is around the integration part. So were there any limitations why you couldn't go for any additional data set? If you could highlight that part as well.
Sorry, if I move into the... Because of the inherent uncertainty in the, for example, like here you are seeing in this slide, the pressure data was showing that all three compartments are in pressure communication. However, this seismic data was not showing the same thing. So you can't ignore the pressure data. The only option left is to adjust the seismic interpretation in a way that the juxtaposition created between these compartments. So there are some limitations. Even after acquiring so many data, you will still have some uncertainty. And your suggestion is good that we can, where is it possible, we can acquire additional data. But there were some limitation. We have to utilize the available data. Sometimes data acquisition takes so much time. So sometimes you can't acquire the reseismic and reprocessing.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Saad, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So we'll go for the next presentation. And we have the title Smart Well Completions, a comprehensive review of technologies, applications, and challenges. And we have presentation from Mari Petroleum Company Limited. And the presenters are Mudassir Khan, Mohammad Janzeb Ejaz, Imran Shafi, Mateen Haider, and Hewad Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Mudassir Khan from Mari Petroleum Company Limited, and today I am here to present a comprehensive review of technologies, applications, and challenges related to smart well completion. And in this presentation, I will shed light on the introduction. After that, I will discuss about the application of smart well completion. And after that, the challenges associated during installation of smart well completion, and followed by the cost analysis and the benefits of smart well completions. So smart well completion is a combination of smart technologies with the conventional completion jewelry equipment. So the objective of the smart well completion to install this completion is to achieve the continuous real-time bottom hole reservoir data, and to maintain the optimum production, and to get the efficient reservoir management, and to get the commingled production from different producing layers of the reservoirs. There are different components that are similar to conventional completion, but there are three major components that are specifically added with the smart well completion. The first component is the permanent downhole gauges, which is required to continuously monitor the downhole data. Second one is the ICDs and ICVs, which are the control valves installed in the tail of the completion string. And third one is the feed-through packer. These packers function similar to the conventional completions, but they allow the provision for the control lines to pass through it without compromising the integrity of the packer. And these control lines are used to open or close the control valves that is installed below it. So basically there are two types of control valves. First one is the ICDs, inflow control device, and next one is the inflow control valve. So ICD is the prior technology before the ICVs. So it is basically used to balance the production from producing commingly from different zones, due to which this valve is installed against the formation, which is used to choke back the high producing reservoir to get the optimum commingled production from the wellbore. And by choking back the high producing reservoir, we can delay the water and gas breakthrough, and also minimize the water cut by restricting the high producing formation, water producing formation. So in this type of ICD, nozzle type ICD is commonly used. Nozzles are installed in the valve, and the desired pressure drop is achieved across these nozzles to get the optimum production. Next type of ICD is the autonomous inflow control device. It automatically controls, allows the desired fluid from the formation and restrict the flow of unwanted fluid from the reservoir like water. So this AICD has further two types, which is viscosity type AICD and density type AICD. Viscosity type AICD segregates the fluid on the basis of viscosity, so that the desired fluid from the formation of specific viscosity is allowed to pass and produce to the surface and restrict the undesired fluid. But in the case of lateral oil, where the viscosity of oil and water become very much similar, so for that type of reservoir, we used density type AICD, which allows the fluid and segregate the fluid on the basis of their densities. Next one is the inflow control valves. These control valves are used to control the production from each layer individually. Basically, it opens at different positions so that we can adjust the bottom hole pressure according to the from the start initial life to the late life of the reservoir. There are three types of inflow control valves based on the number of control lines operated by them. So first one is the direct hydraulics, and the number of control lines are based on the formula of n+1, where n is the number of ICVs and +1 is the one common closing line to close all the ICVs at a time. So number of ICVs mainly depend on the number of producing zone, one ICV for each zone. Next one is the digital hydraulics. It uses only 3 control lines, and from these 3 control lines we can control the 6 ICVs. And these control lines, in which the 2 control lines are pressurized and 1 control line is unpressurized. And this is type of ICV based on the binary code system, worked on the binary code system, where the pressurized control line named as 1 and unpressurized control line named as 0. So on the combination of 1 and 0s, these 6 ICVs can be controlled. And third one is the all electric ICVs, and this is operated electrically. On only one electric line is required to operate the maximum ICVs, and this electric line can operate 24 ICVs at a time in a well bore. So going towards the application of the smart well completion, firstly, smart well completion is used in the multi-layer reservoirs. Zahrani et al. Presented a case study of an oil field of Saudi Arabia to implement the smart well completion in the well bore. First, the main objective behind the case study was to get the commingle production from different layers, and total 5 layers were present in that well bore. So the objective was to install the smart well completion. So the methodology was that smart well completion was rising in hole with 12 permanent downhole gauges. 2 gauges for each zone and 2 gauges were installed at the top of the topmost packer to get the flow rate and the pressure values on the upper completion. And 5 ICVs were installed, 1 ICV for each layer, and each ICV is separated by a production packer. And at the end, 7 control lines were run with each ICVs, and 1 for closing the ICVs. And at the end, the tubing hanger was let in, and all the production packer was set simultaneously. So in this time, because all the completion assemblies were already assembled at the surface, so 120 rig hours time was saved due to efficient planning and pre-assembled assemblies. And it also improves the oil recovery and also get the maximum oil recovery from 5 different layers, and also reduce the required number of wells. Next is the commingled production from the reservoir. So for this purpose, Pari et al. Presented a case study, simulation-based case study basically, of an Australian oil field, in which the comparison was drawn with of the smart well completion with the conventional completion. So here we can see that the purple line on the graph is showing the trend of the cumulative oil production of the field from the conventional completion, and the upper line, which is the almost dark blue line is showing the cumulative oil production from the smart well completions. And similarly, the black line showing the to cumulative water production from the smart well completion, and the red line showing the water production from the smart well completion. And at this point where the arrow is mentioned, we can see that as the water limit, production limit is approached to our set limit, ICV is operated in the smart well completion and choke back the high producing layer, due to which the water production is reduced and the cumulative oil production of the field is increased. And for this, the result, total 7 wells were present in that field, out of 3 were considered for the smart well completions. And in this process, we cumulatively got 0.8% higher ultimate oil recovery from the field by installing the smart well completion on only 3 wells. And water production was also controlled, and total NPV of the project was positive. Next one is the production from the marginal fields. So for this purpose, Afolabi presented a case study of a marginal field of Nigeria. In this, the main objective was to optimize the economics and to minimize the number of wells to get the optimum recovery from the marginal field. For this purpose, smart well completion was selected to be implemented in this wellbore to get the commingled production from both zones. As you can see in the graph, that the first layer is low producing and only producing 500 barrels of oil per day, and the second layer is relatively higher producing and producing almost 2500 barrels per day. So by applying the smart well completion, both zones were producing commingled, and the total production rate was achieved 3000 barrels of oil per day. Next one is the auto gas lift. Auto gas lift is a very important application of smart well completion. In this application can only be applied on the reservoir overlaying with a gas cap reservoir. So NG et al. Presented a case study where 3 cases were developed. First case was where the no auto gas lift and no ICV, means simple conventional completion was run. Second one is where the author presented that auto gas lift valve was installed in the gas cap against the gas cap zone, and the ICV was installed against the oil zone. And third one is that only gas lift valve was installed and no ICV was selected. And the cases were presented, compared for all 3 cases, and we can see that the cumulative oil comparison, 13.5% higher recovery was achieved for the case 2, where the auto gas lift was installed with the ICVs to control the production, to get the control production of the oil zone and avoid the gas and water breakthrough. And in other graph, we can see that in water cut comparison, a huge water cut was drop was observed for case 2, because the oil production was controlled, and similarly the gas cut was also reduced. Next one is the challenge. Also, there are many applications of smart well completion, but still there are many challenges associated with the smart well completion, either in the designing phase or in the operation phase. In designing phase, the major problem was the first problem was encountered is the candidate selection. So candidate selection is very important, so that after the implementation of smart well completion, we get the desired objectives and get the positive impact of the project on the NPVs. Second one is the managing the commingled production with high pressure, having the high pressure differential. So it is also a very challenging to design a such control valves which can manage or choke back the high producing formation and get the optimum commingled production. Next one, related to operation, next one is the space out challenge. As the multiple packers are set and isolated, so space out becomes a very challenging. Similarly, torque and drag issues are also encountered, and handling of multiple control lines, because there are multiple control lines to control the multiple ICVs. So the cost analysis is also carried out between the conventional completion and smart well completion. As we can see that in smart well completion, we already getting the real time bottom hole data, so we don't need the well intervention. So the cumulative cost of cumulative cost of the LLIs and the well intervention for 5 years of well life for of a 1,000 meter well is 900,000 USD, and as compared to that we have only 800,000 USD dollar for a smart well completion. So the benefits of the smart well completion is that we get the real-time data to control and optimize the production, and we can efficiently manage the reservoir, managing the water cut efficiently and gas breakthrough, and we can successfully deploy the optimum depletion strategy of the reservoir. We can get the commingled production by using the smart well completion without having any problem, and we add and from this, by using this technology, we can also add reserve from the marginal zones which are not economical if you are producing separately. The installation of smart well completion also eradicate the need of the well interventions, so we don't need to intervene into the wellbore. We also don't need the production logging, and we can get the production from multiple zones without intervention, doing early intervention into the wellbore. And third one, we can, it is very helpful in the remote areas, security sensitive areas, where we cannot frequently visit and to get the data, required data, and do the well intervention. So it is very helpful in those areas, and it is also reduces the number of wells to get the multiple production from a same wellbore, and it also keep the waste underground. It also minimize the water cut so that the formation water cannot be produced on the surface. And considering all the benefits and the application of the smart well completion, MPCL has already placed an order of 2 sets of small well completion, and in near future, inshallah, we are going to implement and install this technology in the upcoming wells, and inshallah, hopefully we will be here with a case study, first time in Pakistan on the same farm. Thank you.
Again, first question from my side. In what percentage water production is reduced from smart well completion comparing to conventional completion?
Sir, it depends on it's vary on the well to well. Basically, both zones are producing commingly. So if one layer, bottommost layer, is producing high water cut, so we can shut that layer, or we can even choke back that layer so that the water cut is reduced. So it depends on the well to well.
So it is also applicable in high producing water wells?
Yes, sir, we can install in this, but it is very feasible in the multi layers, so that we can choke down that layer at the bottom, and it so that the water production does not hinder the production of upper layers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Floor is open for questions.
This is Arif Rana from OPI.
Yes,
so how will you test the 5 zones of the well, and then there will be some operational challenges, number of packers passing through the perforation intervals, etc. Secondly, I think there is also limitation about the temperature limit of the downhole gauges. We have worked for the one well at the north. I think it's a limitation. So for the 300 degree F wells, no downhole gauges we can find out. So my first question is that how you will test and then complete for 5 zones you will test and then pass the packer through the perforation intervals.
So basically, the main purpose of ICV is to shut that zone from the bottom. So if there are 5 layers of the reservoirs and we want to close test each layer one by one, we will close the other 4 ICVs of that from that zone and only open one ICV so that we can test only that layer and produce that layer. And at the testing time, all the other 4 layers will be shut in. And the next one is that according to my study, which I have studied till now, that up to 350 degree Fahrenheit permanent downhole gauges are available.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience?
My name is Zaki Bakhtiar. I have used a lot of these smart well completions in my work experience at Saudi Aramco. So there always used to be a challenge if one of them gets stuck downhole. You cannot operate it. If there's a problem with the control line or for any reason, then they would say that you can operate it using a coiled tubing. You can still go and latch on it and try to manipulate, but it never worked like that. We tried a few times, it never worked. So it will be great if you could understand before installing that what are the possible ways to, in case you have a problem, how would you address them later on at some stage? Like a leak in a control line, if you have a leak in a hydraulic control line, how are you going to address that? So that's just a piece of advice.
Exactly, yes, sir.
So, thank you so much. This couldn't hold back a small thought because I happened to lead the very first Middle East AICD project, and that was a successful isolation which we did and ultimately achieved the multi-layer integration. So you did mention that you're going or planning for smart completion.
Yes, sir.
But it would be good to give us some more insight what exact problem and type of completion you're trying to target, whether you're going for AICD or an ICV, etc. Because I think very rightly pointed out by Aramco folks that it has to be very specific to the condition and environment, and you really have to think through. The other small comment I would like to make is, despite having the DAS systems or downhole temperature and pressure sensors available, it would not completely eliminate the requirement for any subsequent surveillance, but yes, it would certainly reduce that. So you will have an impact on the well cost. So can you relate what type of a smart completion you are considering for Mari gas and why?
So for Mari gas, we are considering the type of ICVs, because I have already mentioned earlier that from ICVs we can control the opening of the choke, and in ICDs we can only we set that ICV at the bottom, and it will only control the type of the fluid. It will only allow the type of fluid that we want, hydrocarbons, and restrict the water production. But in AICDs, if we are getting that production from that specific layer and get the data, pressure and temperature data from that layer, so in case if we think that if this layer need to be choked back to control the water production, then by applying the pressure in the hydraulic control line or electric line, so we can adjust the opening of that ICV so that we can create the optimum drawdown to get the minimized water production and get the maximum hydrocarbon production.
Great, thank you so much and wish you good luck for your project.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So the next paper is Integrated Asset Modeling and Field Development of a Gas Condensate Field from Weatherford. And we have presenters Mr. Umar Farooq, Zaid Ashraf, Halim Yusuf, Saad Ahmed, and Chaudhry Muhammad Saqib.
Assalamu alaikum, respected chairs, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Umar Farooq, and I'm a senior reservoir engineer at Weatherford. And today I'm going to be sharing a study we did for integrated asset modeling and field development of a gas condensate field. Next slide, please. So, at the beginning, I would just like to highlight that when we say integrated field modeling, we mean integrated in every sense of the word. We start with the very first seismic survey, and we make our way through to the point of sales, where we actually deliver the hydrocarbons as per contract, which means we start with the GNG survey, GNG part of the study, which involves geophysical interpretation and petrophysical analysis. And then we go to the reservoir engineering part, the classical reservoir engineering part, which serves as the baseline and provides inputs for our dynamic modeling, where we create a reservoir simulation model, and which is then fed into a fully integrated field model that considers not only the subsurface but also all the surface facilities and the vertical rift profiles of the wells. And this constructs an integrated asset model in the true sense, and considers all the uncertainties and all the bottlenecks involved that need to be considered for an optimized field development. Next slide, please. So I'll briefly I will not go too much into the technical itsy-bitsy of every step, but my goal would be to highlight the importance of this study and what value it brings to the field owner. And I will base my talk with that goal. So I'll just start with the brief field history. This is a conventional gas field producing from the massive sands of the Lower Guru Formation. There is a main central reservoir, but the challenge is, again, there is a lot of satellite fields that are kind of scattered around the main central reservoir. And we have conquered this challenge in this field, and we have not only modeled the main central reservoir, but also coupled all the satellite fields with the vertical lift profiles of the wells and the surface network. So this is a brief overview of the field. We can see the cumulative gas production, cumulative water production, the gas oil ratio, water gas ratio, the trends. Next slide, please. So this is an engineering side of paper, so we will just concentrate on the phase 2 and above in that flow chart, meaning all the engineering analysis. So for this study, we went through all the classical engineering analysis, even some which are overlooked and not considered most of the time, such as the rate transient analysis. So we start with the PVT analysis and EOS modeling, and look at the production profile. We go through pressure transient testing. We do rate transient testing as well, where RTA is performed for characterization of drainage areas, and decline curve analysis and material balance modeling for estimating the in-place volumes. So now all these analysis, basically the PVT data analysis gives us the fluid model, which serves an input to any further analysis. And the pressure transient analysis gives us the outputs such as the permeability, skin, and the average reservoir pressure. RTA gives us the drainage areas. Decline curve analysis gives us the estimate for the ultimate recovery of fluids, and the material balance modeling tells us about the aquifer presence and what the in-place volumes would be in the system. Next slide, please. So this is the challenge in the reservoir model was we have a central main reservoir and 8 layers, and then there is a lot of more than 10 satellite fields that are scattered around the main reservoir and are at a distance. So we have created a simulation model for the main reservoir with 2 regions, region 1 and region 2, and 8 sublayers. And then for all the satellite field, we have created material balance models or tank models. And then the most challenging part was to integrate all of these together. How we create the vertical lift profiles of the wells, and we use that to connect all of the satellite field models and the main reservoir models to the surface network, where every single element from the surface network is considered, starting from pipelines, chokes, pressure control valves, compressors, etc. So after a reservoir, next slide please. So we history matched the simulation model, and we ran the initial development scenarios where we considered the workovers in the wells, and we considered infill well locations. So 5 infill wells were recommended based on the simulation model, and we can see, and based on work, the red line shows the DNC, which is the do nothing case, or the base case as we call it, and then the orange line shows workover scenario, orange line shows the infill well scenario, and the green line shows the workover scenario. So we can see the infill wells plus the workover scenario gives us 9.2% increase in the overall recovery. Next slide please. Now once we have created the simulation model, we integrate the model with the surface network, and this is the workflow for us, or the waterfall chart. This basically gives us the importance of why is it important to consider the surface network along with the subsurface. So if we don't consider the constraints at the surface, a lot of the times we know we can see the surface is fluid is being produced to the surface but cannot be injected into the pipeline. So all those kinds of scenarios are overlooked or ignored if the subsurface model is not integrated with the surface. So here the so we take the base case of do nothing, and we take the base case, we add a well, and then the third phase of the coupled model run. By coupled model I mean surface, well, and subsurface combined. The open choke scenario would have been completely overlooked had we not coupled the surface model to the subsurface, and you will see in the later slide how a major impact it holds on the field optimization. And then every successive step, basically we consider the optimized set from the previous one, and then we run the sim. So we go from base case, then base additional, then with the open choke scenario, then the stage 1 we run all the sensitivities and select the best out of this suite of solutions, and we take that as the base case for the stage 2, and so on and so forth. Next slide please. So here this is the waterfall chart for the cumulative production of gas. We see the base model gives us 1138 BSCF of gas, and then adding an infill well, basically why we considered an additional well in the coupled model stage was to try to be innovative and see if we could unlock the potential from one of the tight zones in the reservoir with the directional wells. So that was the purpose of including this extra infill well here, which adds 4.1 BSCF. And then we can see, just without any further cost or any major addition to the system, just by operating and optimizing the chokes, we were able to identify a potential of 48.4 BSCF, and that was only possible because it was an integrated study and considered all the constraints of the surface. So basically we can say the open choke, the 48.4 BSCF coming from the open choke scenario is just free gas that didn't come with any investment. And then we considered the front end compression that adds another 203 BSCF of gas, then nodal compression, and the wellhead compression. And for all the compression scenarios, multiple locations were considered for sensitivity, and also the time at which the compression is brought online, sensitivities were run on that as well. So next slide, please. Then doing the economic analysis, we found out that the open choke scenario is very economical, of course, because it's just basic optimization without any or very less maybe investment involved. And then the front end compression adds another 162 BSCF of gas. And the nodal compression, even though we could see it added cumulative volume to the gas, but economically it's not feasible. And the wellhead compression is adding very less advantage to the net present value as well. Next slide, please. Okay, the conclusions here are, again, this is a fully integrated field study, and it comes, I want to just highlight the, the amount of work and challenges involved in this study, as we have a lot of uncertainties in the subsurface when we are modeling, and when we couple that with the surface, the uncertainties are multiplied. We already know a lot of the times the rate data that we get is back allocated, and that is a challenge for optimization of the surface network. A lot of the time pressure control valves are present in the system, but we don't have information on the history of operation of those pressure control valves, and a lot of other issues and challenges we have when we have the surface network, and also combine all the challenges we have from the subsurface. So it's a highly challenging study that we were able to do in a limited time, and the main reservoir is considered along with all the satellite fields, which is not the case in most of the modeling scenarios. Workover and 5 infill wells were recommended. Front end compression was recommended, and further stages of compression were considered uneconomical. And this is the story for this field. Next slide, please. Thank you everyone for listening, and I would like to acknowledge my co-authors and also our colleagues from OGDCL, and that helped us throughout the course of this study. Thank you very much.
Very good presentation. You finished well in time. Again, first question, incremental recovery you have by optimizing from the wellbore to surface network, all the coupling system from the base case.
So it's the 1138 BSCF is the base recovery, and then the optimization from the surface adds around 250 BSCF to the recovery.
Yes, very good achievement from optimizing the whole system by coupling.
Yes, thank you.
So floor is open for further questions.
Did you calibrated your surface network?
Sir?
Surface network, did you calibrated it?
Yes. We calibrated the surface network based on the data we had from the, let's say, the well tests and the IPRs we got from the well tests. Those were, used to calibrate what we are getting at the surface. All of the surface network. In fact, that's a great question, because that was perhaps the most challenging part and the most time-consuming part. When the simulation model was done, and then when we got it coupled with the surface network, the calibration part was very challenging. And yes, it was done based on the subsurface data and the IPRs we had.
And you also incorporated the compressor performance curves in that matter as well?
The compressors were modeled based as delta P. There was not a detailed modeling of compressors, but the compressors was modeled based on delta P.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jawad Ahmed from MOL Pakistan. Can you show us the surface network picture so we can exactly see what basically why your FAC was front end compression is giving the maximum recovery? Can you show us the,
Sir, I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to do that, but maybe we can talk after the presentations.
Maybe the distance from the wells were less plant side where this FAC was located.
Yeah, it was the distance from there is a main reservoir, and then there is a lot of satellite fields which quite a few kilometers away. So I don't have the exact information, but we can talk after the presentation about those details, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Shahid from PEL. When was this study conducted, and is this field behaving, the way you made predictions? At what stage you are,
It has been quite a few months since it's been completed, and
please come forward for distribution of the sheets. Shields will be distributed as the paper were presented. The first paper presented in the second session was Unlocking the Recovery Potential in Mature Clastic Oil Rim Reservoir using Integrated Reservoir Simulation Model, a case study in Eastern Potohar Basin. Paper was presented by Saad bin Abrar. Saad bin Abrar, sir, please come on stage for the shield. Sayyid Sharik Ali Hashmi. Muhammad Sarmat, Majid Nadeeb Siddiqui, and Tariq Aziz. In case of absence of any co-author, I will request the authors to please collect the shields. The second paper presented in second session was Smart Well Completions, a comprehensive review of technologies, applications, and challenges. Papers were presented by Mudassir Khan. I will request Mudassir Khan to please come on stage. Muhammad Jahanzeb Ijaz. Imran Shafi. Saeed Khan Jadoon to please come on stage to hand over the shields to the chairman and the co-chair for session 2. The chairman for today's session was Mrs. Zaid Ashraf. The session was co-chaired by Fazan Iqbal. So that's all from the session 2 for today. Now before further ado, let us start the session 3 for today. This session is chaired by Mr. Amanat Ali Bhatti, a name that is known to everyone. Joining him will be Muhammad Arif as the co-chair for today's session. Mr. Muhammad Arif is the team lead production at Mari Petroleum Company Limited. He holds a bachelor's degree in petroleum and gas engineering from UET Lahore. His master's is from Norway. He has been associated with oil and gas industry for last 25 years, having a multi-dimensional industrial experience. Prior to joining Mari Petroleum Company Limited, Mr. Arif has also worked for OGDCL and ADNOC. Mr. Muhammad Arif, please come on stage. In the session 3 for today, in the last session for today, 3 papers will be presented. The first paper which is going to be presented will be comprehensive liner inspection using smart integrated acoustic and caliper logs.
I'm so privileged that I've been introduced by one of my students, Sahar, and also honored. The co-chair with me is also my student. So what I see in the list of the presenters, the mostly are my students. So honored. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
It's an honor for me, sir, to introduce you as well. So the first paper for today's third session would be presented by Muhammad Sohaib Tanveer. He is currently working as a production engineer in Schlumberger, Pakistan, with a diversified experience of almost 5 years of production logging, formation testing, well integrity barrier evaluation, and the well test interpretation. Muhammad Sohaib Tanveer, please join us on stage.
Thank you, Sahir, for the introduction. Sorry?
Okay. Are you in?
So thank you all for your valuable contributions. Moving on to the agenda of today's presentation, I'll very briefly start off with the importance of well integrity itself and the gist of well integrity, as it includes not only cement evaluation but also the tubular integrity itself. Then we'll be seeing what are the common techniques that are common in the industry right now for corrosion evaluation. And since my paper is mainly related to the principle of ultrasonics, so I'll very briefly just go through the physics of the tool itself, how the ultrasonic tool works. And finally, we'll be deep diving into the case study and see how this integrated evaluation has helped to comprehensively allow the liner evaluation. My Q&A session will be entertained at the end of the presentation. So, as we all are very well known with the infamous incident of Macondo and other, on the right side of the screen you can see some pictures which are devastating in their nature, but were happening because of the tubular integrity issues in some field in Kuwait. You know, the epicenter of the QHSE for the past 10 to 15 years mainly, with revised standards and updated standards being introduced day by day, like NORSOC, ISO, etc. And hence there are now dedicated well integrity evaluation with both ultrasonic tool and mechanical caliper combined together to assess the liner condition itself. So the methodology started off with the real-time monitoring. Since it's a wireline measurement, real-time data was being monitored at the surface. Job optimization was done with some high resolution passes taken, ensuring data consistency and QC of whatever we are getting at the surface. This was followed by the processing and orientation of the of the data that was collected in a industry standard software. Finally, a detailed corrosion summary report was generated from this one. Now, integrating this ultrasonic data with the data from the mechanical caliper,
All of these individual data sets were then put together and they were taken out from their individual silos so that an integrated and comprehensive evaluation can be done of the liner condition and assess what is actually happening in the downhole. So before moving on to the results, I'll very briefly explain the log header first. So starting off with the first track is the LQC track, where you will have the tool centricity being measured in real time, followed by gamma ray, which is the depth correlation. Then we have a number of tracks for internal radius, echo amplitude, and thickness and internal radius maps, which are being generated from these 72 measurements at single depth and single point of time. Then the last 4 curves, these are coming from the mechanical caliper. So it's a 6-arm caliper which gives 6 radius measurements, and these 6 radius measurements are then combined together to give 3 diameter measurements itself. All right. So first of all, I'll display a cleaner liner section just for a reference. So what you can see on the screen right now is a cleaner liner section with manufacturing patterns very clear on the radius and the thickness map, the light blue and the light reddish color. And if you see the last 3 tracks, the radius from the mechanical caliper is also correlating very well, and there is no anomaly or any distinct change or spikiness in the caliper reading as well. So both of these readings are correlating very well across the clean liner section, and both are basically close to each other in terms of the numerical values as well. However, if we move towards a different section of the liner, we can see that there are dark stripes, blackish stripes on the echo amplitude map, followed by blue and red alternative colors, dark colors on the radius and thicknesses map as well. So these indicate severe damage on the liner. This is coming from the ultrasonic data. And when this is combined with the data from the mechanical caliper, we can very clearly see that there's a tortuous liner path which the caliper is following on this particular, in this particular interval itself, right? So the damage is there both on the ultrasonic caliper, ultrasonic measurement, as well as the mechanical caliper. And when these both are integrated together for a single log display, you can see that there is a liner buckling happening across this particular interval, which is causing the drilling BHA to basically have some compression of 6,000 pound force across this particular interval. Now, had this been an independent measurement of ultrasonic alone or an independent measurement of the mechanical caliper alone, we could have only estimated the damage itself. But once they are combined together, both of these integrated data sets from individual silos help to understand that this is not only a damage on the liner, but it's also the buckling of the liner itself. So what you see on the left side of the screen is a corrosion summary report, which is a smart and quick look analysis display of the casing condition. With this corrosion summary report, you can easily and quickly assess your liner condition very smartly, because you have graphical values on the left side of the depth track, a graphical log, and on the right side of the depth track, you have the numerical values. So joint by joint, you can know your damage, your maximum metal loss, as well as the exact depth of that minimum thickness or your maximum internal radius. So with the help of this integrated analysis and integrated log, the client was able to restore its well barrier integrity, and as a result they extended the top of their 5-inch liner up to this particular depth so that they can have safe and safe operations in the future for the testing as well as for the completion in their target TD section of 6-inch. So with this holistic corrosion evaluation using multi-source data, basically the well barrier was successfully restored, and the operator had assessed the risk potential based on the combined analysis of these data sets. So on behalf of all of the authors, I'd like to extend sincere gratitude to MPCL as well as SLB for allowing us to publish and present this work. And I'd also like to thank and acknowledge the SP Pakistan section, who have done a very good job in arranging this successful event. So thank you. This is all from my side, and now the floor is open for question and answer session.
Thank you, Shoaib. आप तो माशाल्लाह before time you wound up, right? Okay, I don't know exactly what to say about the things, the contents, but I open the house for the questions. So please raise your hand before you ask a question, and please do introduce yourself, your affiliation. Any question, please? Yeah, please. Shad. Please pass on the mic.
Shah Jahan from Mall, Pakistan. It was a very well presented presentation. So my question is about the buckling part. So at the end of this entire study, was there any root cause identification that what could have triggered the buckling, and how it can be prevented in the future? This may not be entirely related with the content you have presented, but of course we will be interested in knowing if you have any insight to that. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Shah Jahan, for the question. Yes, there for sure there is some event during the drilling phase that was basically the reason for this buckling, but I believe I'm not at liberty to explain it, because it is mainly not public from the MPCL part.
So, anybody else? If there's no further question, we can move on to next presenter.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The second presenter of this session is Rafia Sayyed from UEPL, going to talk about successful analytical modeling of a complex dry gas field to identify potential infill opportunities. Rafia, please. Sahar? All right, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Rafia Sayyed from United Energy Pakistan. I am here to present my paper based on the successful analytical modeling of a complex dry gas field to identify the potential infill opportunities. And I look forward to share the findings as how the simple MPAL tool can provide a base for identifying the future opportunities in a very complex and the challenging field. So for the agenda, I'll briefly go through the field introduction and the background slides. In the analytical modeling part, I'll cover the multi-tank model, the workflow used, and the history match sensitivities performed. Then we have the results, and in the end, conclusions with some future recommendations. Okay, so the field under discussion is an onshore dry gas field which was discovered in 1993 and is producing mainly under the depletion and the water drive mechanism. We have two major sands here, conventional at the top and tight sand at the bottom. Here, reservoir is quite heterogeneous and compartmentalized by faults, with the porosity up to 20% and permeability ranging into multi-darcies. We have total 36 wells drilled here, and from which 700 BCF has been produced up till now. Under the field background, there are several compartments of the field, but only the compartments which are under concern I have mentioned here. First, we have the X1 compartment. It came at an initial pressure. We have total 6 wells drilled here with a cumulative production of 150 BCF against the JIP of 208 BCF. Currently, no wells are producing from this compartment and the compartment is watered out. Next is the X26 compartment. It came at a slightly depleted pressure which suggests its communication with some other compartments, which we will look through our modeling. Here is only a single valve with a cumulative production of 0.1 BCF against the JIP of 14 BCF. Next, we have X5 compartment. It also came at an initial pressure. We have total 5 wells drilled in this compartment with a cumulative production of 242 BCF against the JIP of 140 BCF. There are 2 wells producing from this compartment at a very stable rate, which shows its communication either with the tight sands below or from the adjacent compartments, which we will find out through the modeling process. The last is the X11 compartment. We have total 5 wells drilled in this compartment with a cumulative production of 156 BCF against the JIP of 190 BCF. Currently, no wells are producing from this compartment as well. So, using these 4 compartments, the analytical work was performed, for which 3 objectives were set. First, we need to establish the JIP connected to each compartment and the behavior of aquifer in them. Second, we need to evaluate the higher cumulative production of the X5 compartment and the stable performance of the existing producers X17 and X25 well in the similar compartment. Next, we need to find out the reason for the surprising result of the X26 well, which came at a depleted pressure, although it was assumed to be at virgin and fully gas-bearing. So, keeping these objectives in mind, the workflow was defined. This slide provides a visual overview of the workflow used. 4 tanks were created, considering X1, X5, X11, and X26 as separate compartments. The model was then initialized with the static in-place estimates and the tank parameters. The communication between the compartments was captured through the transmissibility, which basically represents the fault behavior responsible for the compartmentalization of the field. Then the valves were connected to their respective compartments and all the available pressure and the production data was added in them. Finally, the individual valves gas rate and WGR match was performed by changing the pseudo-relative permeabilities, tank transmissibilities, breakthrough saturations, and the aquifer strength. So for the history match, we have 2 cases. For the case 1, the model was set up based on the conventional sand compartments and they were connected to each other through transmissibilities. For the case 1, no recharging was considered from the tight sands. However, for the case 2, recharging was considered. In case 1, where we have no recharging tank, the performance of the field was tried to match with different parameters. The X11 compartment at the extreme right in the picture and the bottom X1 compartment was tried to match by controlling the transmissibilities and the aquifer strength in them. However, the main focus was to match the X5 compartment and the X26 compartment. So, for the X5 compartment, the major gas influx was considered from X26 well and the X11 compartment, and the major water influx was considered from the X11 compartment. However, none of the options lead to a better match for this compartment. For X26, its pressure and sweep was calibrated through the water movement from X1 to X26 compartment and its gas migration from its own region towards the X5 region. These are the pressure matches for the case 1. For X1 compartment, the decline in pressure was achieved, however, its increase in pressure could not be matched. For the X5 compartment, the stabilized pressure trend could not be matched with the combined influx from the X1 and X26 compartments. However, for the other 2 compartments, the match was reasonable in this case. So this suggests that there is an additional hydrocarbon source which is providing the pressure support and gas recharging. Therefore, another case was run considering the similar parameters as in the case 1, except an additional tank was connected to the X5 compartment and the communication between these 2 compartments was made after a certain threshold pressure. One issue that we were getting in the case 1 was the X1 compartment's pressure match. So since we are not considering a very major influx from X26 and X1 compartment towards the X5 compartment, therefore it was easy to match the X1 compartment's pressure trend by the use of transmissibility and the aquifer parameters. These are the pressure matches for the case 2. For X1 compartment, its decline and increase in pressure was achieved. For X5 compartment, the pressure trend was justified by the tight gas recharging, and for the two compartments as well, there was a reasonable match. So, since suitable pressure matches were obtained for this case, therefore the WGR match was performed for the individual wells by controlling the gas rates and regressing the pseudo-relative permeabilities for the individual wells in each compartment. So the suitable match was obtained for all the wells in the X1 compartment. Similarly, the suitable match was obtained for all the wells in the X5 compartment. And by regressing the same relative permeabilities, suitable match was obtained for all the wells in X11 compartment and for X26 well in the X26 compartment. So from this analytical modeling work, there are 4 outcomes. First, we were able to achieve a reliable match of pressure and WGR for each compartment and their respective wells. We were able to estimate the jib connected to each compartment and the aquifer behavior in them. We were able to prove the hydrocarbon recharging in the X5 compartment was mainly due to an additional tight sand source with a jib of around 142 BCF and very marginal contribution from any other compartment. And the 4th outcome was the X26 pressure and sweep, which was matched through the water movement from X1 to X26 region and its gas movement towards the X5 region. These 2 tables show the tank jibs and the recovery factor for the 2 cases. To conclude, the work basically focuses on the successful analytical modeling of a highly compartmentalized and a large dry gas field, where the complexity of the compartments which are under different drive mechanisms provide the challenges can still be resolved using the simple material balance tool. It demonstrates the opportunity to enhance the production and the recovery from the field. So for the future, the results of this work can be used in the detailed numerical simulation modeling to further mature the opportunities, especially in the compartment where the tight gas recharging is proved. In the end, I would like to thank all the colleagues and the partners for their support in this study. Now I invite any questions or comments you people have.
Okay, thank you. So, don't know what to say, that 15-minute presentations are ending up in 10 minutes. So there is one question, I think. Yes, Safraz?
This is Syed. You have presented, can you go back to your conclusion slide? Yeah, the conclusion slide. This is outcome. The 3rd point, the study helps in identifying the region of remaining potential which can be exploited. So can you explain that, how you have evaluated that? Because in the material balance equation you have, in the ML modeling or whatever the tool you have used, you have put a gas in place.
Okay,
gas in place.
So the remaining potential here is basically focusing on that compartment which is basically charging from the tight gas. So here this point basically refers to that particular compartment.
No, you have identified that this is the remaining potential, like that if you have drilled 5 or 6 wells.
Okay, so I can show you like here. If you can see for the case 2, the X5 compartment, the production is 242 and its initial zip was around 140. But with the tight gas recharging, which the match was obtained with the 142 PCF. So the overall recovery factor is still there to produce from this compartment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any more? किसी और साहब की तरफ से या खातून की तरफ से कोई सवाल है? Okay, thank you, Rafia.
The next paper is From Planning to Execution, a success story of integration to tap concealed reservoir reserves in Tull block. And the presenter is Mr. Mohammad Usman Shah from MOL.
So, Assalamu alaikum, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So before I start the presentation, I just want to share my observation. Before I was looking at the NFR behavior in the Pakistan fields and looking at the PPIS data, and it was about more than 52% liquid hydrocarbons and more than 50% LPG that is coming from the NFR reservoirs. So these NFR reservoirs, when I look into deep, with the less intensity of wells, you are getting the more productivity. But there are some wells, if you look at these NFRs, you have one well here and after 500 meter, there is another well that is producing 100 of barrels, and the next well that is about 1 kilometer, 1000 meter, it is producing about 1000 of barrels. So what is the difference? What are the challenges that if from the one well in the same compartment, in the same environment, we are getting less productivity, and in the another well just about 500 meter away, you are getting 1000 of barrels. So, and we will discuss about the same challenge actually we faced in this study. It is a success story of a field in a Tull block. Yes, so it is a field in the Tull block, an NFR field, and in the Tull block, most of you aware about that. The main reservoir is the Lukhat reservoir, and then we have the Lamshiwal and some other reservoirs, Hangus, Manasuk, Shinabri. So if we jump back to back in 2021, we have only one well in that field. This is well number A, we can say that. This field is discovered in 2016. We have only one well. It was only producing about 6 million SCF per day at that time, and with a high rapid decline rate. So if you look at that well potential, the opportunity to develop that field was very limited. And you have a second well case in a 3P reserve. So it means that you have a very less chance of success with from the second well. So there are some challenges in that field, and especially because of that complex geology in Tull block, you have some challenges just like a field delineation, lateral variation of reservoir characteristics, and then we have also some low quality seismic data. So about before I go into each of the detail, just want to give you an overview about what was actually from the start to the end, what we did, and how we can execute it successfully. So starting from the planning. In the planning, there is always a continuous monitoring of the data, but it should be integrated with the efficient data gathering. The challenges you are facing and the data gathering according to that. That was the biggest one in the planning phase. And then there is evaluation, project maturation, and the classical reservoir engineering tool. It is the even we have the simulation tool and everything, but this is the strongest tool in our reservoir engineering in petroleum industry. That classical reservoir engineering evaluation tells you the story that what the well is looking actually, and then the coordination between your other departments, intra-department, just like the exploration and the other colleagues and the production. So it is the integration. You observe something in a classical reservoir engineering, you should pass it to your exploration, your G&G guys, your production guys, to best optimize, to best mature your project. And then there is about a key success is about a successful drilling plan and the completion plan. And other than that technical sides, we also have to look about the management side, that the effective approvals, timely approvals with the strong justifications, with a strong technical background is very important to get the approvals on time. And the most important part is the execution. Safety first, and then your drilling should be efficient, your formation evaluation should be efficient, testing strategy, optimize completions, and everything. So then you can add a successful project from planning to execution. So this slide, this is an important slide in our case. This is a core of our project actually. So when we look at the pressure data in just like for the first years, if my laser work, okay, on the first graph on the left side, if you look at here, we have some pressure points in the yellow colors. And if we look at that, this is about 72 hours pressure buildup. And by using that point, the well actually, if you use that point and do your classical reservoir engineering, your reserves are very limited. Even the one well can drain that. But there are some things actually, when you do that pressure test interpretations and everything, we have the feeling that this pressure is not truly representative of the whole reservoir. Maybe it is a representative of that well, but there is something it is looking after that. And that's why, so this, you can say, very slowly build up pressure points, they are actually the misleading data. That is misleading our reserves, our well potential and everything. And then, so it led us to do this to increase the build-up time from 72 hours to 129 hours. And in Pakistan, it's very difficult to shut in the well for the long time. But if you have a strong justification, you can do that. And by increasing the time to the 129 hours, you can see the point here, this the third one in 2018 and 19, you have a higher pressure point in other than that 72 hours. So it means there is some issue that your pressure is actually building up, you have the more reserves. There is some permeability and isotropies, that you have more reserves on the other side of that the well is not draining, well is looking at its own reserves, and it is taking too much time to see that reserve. So it led to the improvised data in 2019 pressure buildup. And so when we do that pressure buildup, you can see that and use that buildup in the analytical evaluation, just like in the material balance. By using that extrapolated pressures, high pressures, our reserves get then more than double. We jumped to the 70 BCFGA. It is in the Lamshiwal formation that was producing at that time. So this pressure data point, actually it unlocks the opportunity of the second well, which is showing that you have the reserves and you can drain that. But there is now, the next question is that, okay, how to drain that? You unlock the opportunity, but where to put that well for the additional recovery? So, as you know that we have had only one well. So on the one well, and then we have, you can see that low resolution seismic data, and then there is too much heterogeneities. So to cater all of these heterogeneities, we have to build an integrated model that incorporate all the data, that actually incorporate the seismic, that incorporates your geology, your pressures, your well behavior and everything. And also this material balance actually, when we look and when we observe that there is some additional reserves associated to that, we pass that information to our G&G colleagues and ask them to please re-evaluate the seismic map, seismic interpretation. We are anticipating that there is some opportunity that may be masked due to the low resolution data. And that actually, when they did the reinterpretation of that seismic data, we have a different map than the original one. Then we have some upduplication. We can look into the seismic, seismic map. And by using that map, we built the geostatistical model and dynamic model. And by using that one well data, we actually make the too many uncertainties analysis on the different parameters, but by making some, you can say, intra-region communications between the downthrown side and the upthrown side, and the permeability anisotropies, and the fracture intensities. So every uncertainties, we just write it down and make the runs so that we have a probabilities of the uncertainties and we have the range that whether it can be successful or not. And there is one picture in which you can see that it is matched. Okay. So this is one of the picture, some of the compartment. Our well B, that was a existing well. It is on that downthrown side on the new seismic interpretation, and then we proposed a well on the well A. So the challenge is actually here to where to put that well, because in a well B, that is actually producer, we encounter a very lower productivity. And and the one surprise actually we faced in a well B, that our main producer in a Tal block, that is Lukhat, actually it didn't contribute. It was proved tight in the first well. So what we did actually, the challenge actually to see that why it was not producing and do everything in capture to that in reservoir simulation. Okay, and as you know that we are making model based only on one well. So we have a large uncertainty, and if you go with the one well model, simulation model, it has a lot of uncertainties, and you need to prove that. How you can prove that? So we have the option actually to do another build-up, extended build-up, and then to see that whether it is fitting our simulation model or not. And actually what happened when we do that build-up in 21, with the extended one, you can see that it's about a 6 days or 5 days build-up, and then we put that pressure in our prediction case. Actually it was matching with that. So actually it proves that the simulation model actually it is giving us the right direction. And it also helped us to get the project approvals and everything, that we have the confidence in our model. So another thing, just like I reiterate many times, that we were concerned about the Lukhat reservoir. It was a major producer. Why it was not producing? So here is an innovation actually. So we look at the you can say the dips. We look at the fracture sets, and we observe that based on the offset wells data in the existing well and in the offset fields, we see that the dominant fracture pattern actually is striking from northwest to southeast. So to cut that maximum fracture, to get that maximum productivity, we have to do
plan a wellbore trajectory that intersect maximum fracture out of that. And here we did, you can observe in that cartoons that how the blue one fracture sets, this is attributed to the Locard, and the green one, it is attributed to the Lamshi-Wall formation. So they have the different striking pattern, and you have to optimize your trajectory to cut the maximum fractures so that you can, the aim is to not get the surprise just like we have in a well A. So what we did actually, we do the 25-degree angle at the top of Locard formation with a 230 to 260-degree azimuth to get the maximum fracture actually from the perpendicular direction to get the maximum productive from this well. And we also did some other sensitivity TVs to do the
last minute for presentation.
Okay, sir. To do that uncertainty, we do the you can say the frac option, horizontal option, and everything. And this deviated well option proved to be the a good option for that. So for the project execution, when we drilled that well, the Locard encounter actually it is shallower than what we prognosed. So it was a very pleasant surprise. And then we had the opportunity to drill these deeper horizons also, that is Manusuk and Shinawri. And some of the key milestones I would like to highlight here, that in that case, it is not only the reservoir planning and anything, it is also the drilling planning optimization, which also results in a cost and time savings of 34% and 40%. And the main, actually, the critical part of this success, of this successful execution was the project management on the management side during all the phases which led to that. And in the tested results, these all three formations. In a well A, we only tested one formation, but in a well B, when we do that uncertainties on everything, the results was very good. Three formations, all the three formations tested successfully, and the Lamshi-Wall, it is tested with a better productivity. And the Locard, it was a discovery here in that field, and then the other two formations were also discovered. And there are some challenges faced and mitigation. Just a holistic view about that. We have a very low resolution seismic data, and for that actually and low permeability reservoirs. So just going to the conclusions. So on the conclusion side, the main thing that by these efforts, by integrated team efforts, we got the 50% incremental production rate. That what we actually was expecting from other wells in the same area. And the designing of the wellbore trajectory, that is a very critical part in enhancing the productivity of Locard reservoir that was not producing in a well A, but in a well B, it produced about more than a 10 million gas. So we have the enhanced productivity by using that wellbore trajectory also in a Lamshi-Wall formation. And at the end of that, this is not a single person success, it is a multidisciplinary approach. And it was the success actually of all the team, and which results that which narrow down the uncertainties in a complex heterogeneous naturally fractured reservoirs. So that's all from my side, and I am thankful to MOL Pakistan and management to let me present that content.
Thank you, Usman.
Yeah.
Now the floor is open for the question answers. Is there any question from the audience? Yes, Afraz.
Thank you for presenting this wonderful presentation. You should be also thankful to SP Pakistan for giving you the opportunity.
Yes, sure, sir.
The question is that why you have been discussing during the start of your presentation about the pressure buildup analysis. So I'm not clear on that you said that you use a small duration buildup and then you analyze, and then that's basically is giving you the wrong indication, because when you put that pressure point to the material balance, that's basically your curve will shift down. But again, my question is that because of the reservoir heterogeneity and the permeability barriers and other things which basically reduces your pressure communication within the reservoirs. But this also basically gives you an impact on your overall reservoir pressure drops.
Yeah.
Because in the low deliverability reservoirs, because this is a low deliverability reservoir,
Yeah.
if I correctly understand.
Yeah.
In the low deliverability reservoir, the pressure also, basically depletion is also slow. So you have to explain this, put it in your presentation or next time or any other thing.
Yeah.
Because you have explained very well that you are not correlating your pressure buildup on alone pressure buildup, but you also use the geological information to correlate that. That's the exact way of doing that.
Yeah.
So that's only a comment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome, sir.
Is there any question, any other question from the audience? Thank you, Usman. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
With this presentation, it's the end of the session 3 for day 1 and the day 1 sessions as well. So it's time to hand over the shields to the presenters and the co-authors for the papers that have been presented in the 3rd session. So the first paper that has been presented in session 3 for today was Comprehensive Liner Inspection Using Smart Integration of Acoustic and Caliper Logs. Paper was presented by Mohammad Sohaib Tanveer. I would like to call Mohammad Sohaib Tanveer to be on stage. I will request the chair and the co-chair to please hand over the shields to Mohammad Sohaib Tanveer. Mohammad Sanaul Husnain. नहीं हाँ ठीक है रफ़ीउल्लाह साहिर इनाम Raffiullah and Muhammad Rashid Khan. I will request Muhammad Sohaib Tanveer to collect the shield for Muhammad Rashid Khan as well. The second paper presented in this session was Successful Analytical Modeling of a Complex Dry Gas Field to Identify Potential Infill Opportunities. Papers were presented by Rafia Saeed, Saad Mahmood, Abdul Azim, Muhtashim Ijaz, and Muhammad Atar Sarati. The last paper presented here today was From Planning to Execution, a success story of integration to tap concealed reservoirs in Thal block. Paper was presented by Muhammad Usman Shah. Jawad Ahmed. Umar Farooq. Saqib Ali. Jawad Nazir. Now I would like to request Syed Afraz Haider to please come on stage and present the shields to chairman and the co-chair for today's session. The third session was chaired by Dr. Amanat Ali Bhatti. And co-chaired by Muhammad Arif. So with this, all the three sessions for today has been ended. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here for such an interactive audience. Hope to meet you tomorrow for the next sessions. Hoping to see you all at the gala dinner as well.